youth from exploring the different opportunities that are available to us. We have a plethora of personalities who will be sharing on the different panels. The first panel we have is around youth employment, the skills that we need for the new world, right? And then the other one is how the youths are changing the dynamics in the entrepreneurship space. Okay, so quickly, I would like to invite the managing director of the Global Entrepreneurship Network Nigeria, Dr. Olawale Anifooshe, to give us the welcome and then welcome us to today's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Graham. Welcome and good morning, everyone. I'm equally as excited as Graham to be here this morning to be the one welcoming you to this year's Youth Entrepreneurship Dialogue. And of course, this entire week is the Global Entrepreneurship Week. The Global Entrepreneurship Week is being celebrated in 180 countries around the world. And young people like yourself and Graham and myself are gathering together to have conversations about how they can change the entrepreneurship ecosystem and bring in new solutions and ideas that can change the way the world is happening. Just like Graham shared, there are a quantum of opportunities all around us in our environments that can help us change the narrative for how we do our businesses, how we move from ideation into the marketplace, how we get mentors and peer-to-peer opportunities that can truly help us. And one of such examples is the Transforming Nigerian Youth program, which we at the Enterprise Development Center are doing in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. I'm sure that during the course of today's deliberations, more information about the TNY or Transforming Nigerian Youth program will be shared with you. But as I welcome you this morning, I want you to really take advantage of the conversations and the opportunities that you will be exploring today, because some of the speakers, and I want to thank all of them for accepting and coming to share their experiences with us this is very, very interesting and important day to us. They have gone through a number of experiences of the entrepreneurial journey that helps you to be able to learn and make good take good mileage of what it is that you are doing with your own business or your own idea. So take advantage of the opportunities, the pitching session. There are opportunities for those that have signed up to be able to get a grant and get support for their businesses as well. So without taking too much of your time, I want to welcome you to this year's Youth Entrepreneurship Dialogue and wish you the best celebrations. Thank you very much. I'm handing back to Graham.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olawale. Thank you so much for sharing with us. And like you said, the Transforming Nigerian Youth program in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation is a very good opportunity that will be important for you to take advantage of. I'm sure before the program ends, we will share the link for people who are interested in being part of that program. Okay, so today, even though it's virtual, it is going to be as engaging as possible. So after each panel session, we will open up for questions and then answers. So that means that people can use the chat box to send questions and then get responses and all of that. And as well, you can also use the raise hand feature that's available on Zoom. The only other thing that will not be available is that we may not be able to distribute smartshots as if it were a physical event. That's the only downside. But apart from that, every other thing is going to go as smoothly as possible. So without wasting much time, I'd like to invite our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is the program quality manager and the acting head of programs at Oxfam in Nigeria. He's no other person than Mr. Jacob Finton Shehu. You're welcome to today's event, sir. You have the floor. Please, let's give him a virtual round of applause. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning and thank you, Graham. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking you will send the small chops through virtual means too, but unfortunately, You said that is not possible. Anyway, yeah, thank you. I just want to tell the audience that actually the country director of Oxfam is Dr. Vincent Ahonsi. He should have been here to present his own address, but there are other commitments which
Yeah,
has already. Yeah.
Mr. Shehu.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can't see your face. We just see light.
Ah. Oh, that's the issue.
Yeah.
Can you see me?
Oh, yes.
Oh, is there a reflection? Is it okay?
Yeah, but yeah, at least we can see you now. Yeah, okay, but maybe so that you are not backing the sun rays.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring down the. Let me just turn this way. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's better. So you can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so just like I was saying, actually the country director is Dr. Ahonsi, and he has other plan engagements, and he asked me to represent him. So he prepared a keynote address, which he shared with Prince. Prince is the project lead. So maybe after the presentation, Prince will share a copy with you guys there. So without wasting much time, I would like to proceed with the speech. So this is a keynote address by Dr. Ahonsi, who is the country director of Oxfam in Nigeria, on the occasion of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, organized by EDC with some partners. So first of all, I would like to thank EDC for nominating me as the keynote speaker for this year's Global Entrepreneurship Week. I must say I am humbled by this gesture. So to start with, let's look at a definition of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship could be defined as the process of running a business and navigating through its attendant risks with the aim of making profit. Basically, people who come up with business ideas and implement such in a ways that seek to generate profit are generally regarded as entrepreneurs. They take risks and are determined to succeed. Today, we joined many all over the world to celebrate the Global Entrepreneurship Week, which is set aside to celebrate innovators and job creators who launch startups that bring ideas to life, drive economic growth, and expand human welfare. Global Entrepreneurship Week inspires people everywhere through local, national, and global activities designed to help them explore their potential as self-starters and innovators. So the question is, why is entrepreneurship important? Entrepreneurship is important because it creates jobs, and many of the new jobs in entrepreneurial economies come from firms less than 5 years old. Leaders around the world see Global Entrepreneurship Week as an avenue to stimulate and support entrepreneurship and the ecosystem it needs to strive. But Global Entrepreneurship Week is more than an awareness campaign. Through local, national, and global activities, Global Entrepreneurship Week gives aspiring, emerging, and existing entrepreneurs a chance to be creative and build connections, to start companies and spur economic growth. Supporting our entrepreneurs on a local, national, and global level spurs business creation and scaling, leading to crucial job growth. While entrepreneurship is important, as it has the ability to improve standards of living and create wealth, not only for the entrepreneurs, but also for related businesses, it's equally important to state that too much entrepreneurship can be detrimental to economic development. Therefore, the relationship between entrepreneurship and economic development is important to understand for policymakers and business owners alike. Unlike the benefits, understanding the benefits and drawbacks of entrepreneurship allows a balanced approach to nurturing entrepreneurship to be taken, which can result in a positive economic and societal impact. So looking at the theme of this year's event, openings, opportunities, and obstructions, I must say it is well thought out, given the present state and the future of entrepreneurship in Nigeria. Without wasting much time, let's start to look at some of the openings, opportunities, and obstructions to entrepreneurship that abounds in Nigeria. Now I will start with the opportunities and the openings. So entrepreneurial opportunities come in various forms and are influenced by socio-economic conditions. In Nigeria, opportunities abound in every sector of the economy. The major ones are agriculture, trade, real estate, manufacturing, financial, communication, entertainment, and oil and gas sectors, among others. So in all these areas, opportunities abound. Oftentimes, it is not the opportunities that are lacking, but failure to take advantage of them to develop business ideas. Developing business ideas according to Nigeria's small and medium-scale enterprises toolkit is a matter of three things. One, creating a vision. Two, leveraging on one's strengths. And three, determining what the market needs. So I will talk about them briefly. Now, starting with the first one, which is creating a vision. So envisioning what one wants involves answering some questions. Some of these questions are, where do you live? How do you spend your days? What kind of work do you do? Do you work alone or with others? Who are you surrounded by? What do you do when you are not working? So these answers to these questions are very important in creating a vision. The second point is leveraging on your strengths. Now, leveraging on one's strengths helps us to determine what we are good at. For instance, everybody is good at something. Your skills can be a foundation for a business. Many entrepreneurs have ended up making money in areas outside their profession. List the things you enjoy doing and then itemize the skills you have acquired over the years. Now, in terms of figuring out what the markets are, this means you keep your business antenna up with an eye for unfulfilled opportunities by finding answers to the following questions. Is there a gap in the market? Is there a market in the gap? Is there a product or service that will make life easier for people you know? Is there something that everybody hates to do that you can do for them? Your ability to answer these questions will open up entrepreneurship opportunities for you. Now, let's briefly look at some of the obstructions, the challenges to entrepreneurship in Nigeria. The list is not exhaustive, but I would want to highlight just the major ones. Other ones can fit into this. Now, the first one is lack of strength patent law. You will agree with me that in this country, we have entrepreneurs that come up with ideas, but because of piracy, the business is overtaken from them and they're unable to grow it. So this is one of the serious challenges that entrepreneurs face in Nigeria. The second one is high cost of doing business in Nigeria. Entrepreneurs are in business, they take risk because they want to make profit. Where the expected returns from a venture is lower than the opportunity cost, it will act as a disincentive for the entrepreneur. So due to collapse of a lot of infrastructural facilities and unbridled corruption, where entrepreneurs have to spend huge sums to provide some of the basic infrastructure and bribe government officials, it makes the cost of doing business in the country to be high, with adverse implications for profitability. Now, number 3, we're also looking at inadequate capital. This challenge is one of the main reasons why entrepreneurship in Nigeria hasn't improved over many years. A lot of startups fail because of lack of investment. That's why thousands of incredible ideas couldn't be implemented. The lack of capital can be caused by 2 reasons: insufficient potential or innovation, or entrepreneurs' uncertainty and fear to promote the business. 4, inconsistent government policies. There is a problem with continuity in Nigerian government policies. In general, the existing policies are not good enough to create the necessary conditions for the development of businesses in Nigeria. Number 5, the entrepreneurs need more freedom and flexibility for running their businesses. The challenges start at the beginning. Entrepreneurs usually need to endure cumbersome processes to register a business with the CSC, Corporate Affairs Commissions. When it comes to registering with government institutions like, say, NAFDAC, or accessing funds from Bank of Industry, it gets even more complicated. Another serious challenge faced by many Nigerian entrepreneurs is multiple taxations. While businessmen are responsible for funding the government through paying taxes, in Nigeria, entrepreneurs are charged too many taxes, which negatively affects the businesses. While Nigeria's Companies Income Tax Act has approved only 39 taxes, over 500 various taxes are imposed by local and state governments that are, in most cases, duplicated and not lawful. Another obstruction is inadequate knowledge and skills. Sometimes the success of the business depends on the government, politics, economic problems, or insufficient capital, but on the lack of entrepreneurs' experience and knowledge on how to be successful. While some people have a chance to take entrepreneurship courses, many start new businesses from the scratch with no economic background. Those who venture into any kind of enterprises do not always know how to manage and grow business properly. They need to learn to get relevant and adequate information about management and marketing. What is needed is sufficient problem-solving skills in case problems arise. Every entrepreneur faces a challenge of getting familiar with high-tech trends that are especially hard to embrace in modern business environment. Having said this, today is a great day to celebrate all the hardworking young entrepreneurs, startups, founders, and innovators amongst Nigeria and the world's most vibrant youth. We also need to remember that the past moments that have been tough with the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on the world and economies. COVID-19 magnified the inequality in the world. It has further amplified the vast gap between the very rich and affluent 1%, and the 99% have-nots and middle class. So while low income earning workers, their families and businesses, particularly the small and medium enterprises, are finding it difficult to survive, large corporations have either managed to shield themselves from the economic fallout of the pandemic or crash out on the pandemic big time. Oxfam recently launched Commitment to Reducing Inequality Index report, showed that since January 2020, large corporations paid out more than 100% of profits to their shareholders in the first 6 months of the year 2020. The current economic model favors big corporations rewarding wealthy instead of rewarding hard work of the ordinary people, or helping to bring the gap between the rich and the poor. SMEs are the key to building the economy that is fair and just, as they constitute sustainable approach to tackling the developmental challenges that majority of the world economy is facing. The SME sector has proven to be the backbone of major developed and emerging economies as important contributors to employment and economic growth. In Nigeria, For example, the National Bureau of Statistics data show that SMEs contributed 48% of national GDP in the last 5 years, accounted for 96% of businesses, and provided 84% of employment to the people, not the big corporations. Networking and collaborations are important and essential for building a healthy SME ecosystem and unlocking the opportunities that it holds. Partnership is as good as gold these days, and this has the potential to boost regional trade integration with larger markets with economies of scale. There is an indication that foreign direct investments are on the rise. Hence, SMEs need to be better equipped and positioned to take up the opportunity of being part players and be involved. Though significant growth has been achieved in the micro, small and medium enterprises sector recently, there is still much to be done to further leverage the opportunities the ecosystem presents. To facilitate inclusive business environment where women and youth need to be empowered to participate, the government needs to provide the enabling environment, the technical support, and training that SMEs need. The needed small business incubators, shared platforms, and help disseminate best practices, industry standard setting, infrastructure investments, and interest-free loan to SMEs are critical areas the government needs to handle with utmost importance and sincerity if Nigeria wants to perform well in this sector, just the way other countries like India, who have enviable micro, small, and medium enterprises success stories. These are key elements that will provide the needed enabling environment conducive to entrepreneurship and facilitate innovation. To the youth, I recommend your creativity. I commend your creativity, innovation, and your disruptive ideas that push the entrepreneurship possibility frontiers and boundaries. I admonish you to always remember the attributes of a good entrepreneur: innovation, goal-oriented, independence, self-reliant, sense of control over destiny, low risk aversion, thirst for achievement, and tolerance for ambiguity. At Oxfam, we are privileged to be part of your story and happy to be able to provide the environment and the platform for young entrepreneurs to be identified, enabled, and facilitated. We will be awarding the winners of the pitching event today with resources, including financial, technical assistance, and mentorship program towards achieving their dreams of being successful entrepreneurs in life. As Oxfam, we would like to reaffirm our commitment to partnerships that will continue to create more opportunities for social enterprises to foster growth in youth entrepreneurs in Nigeria through the Work in Progress project. Through the Impact SME Development Program, Oxfam promotes and supports impact-driven businesses to help them succeed and grow in revenue and job creation, and to increase their social and environmental impact. In Nigeria, Oxfam works with partners, public and private sector institutions to influence policy change in favor of the poor and most vulnerable. We fight inequality to end poverty and injustice as part of a global movement for social justice. We look forward to a Nigeria where young people will thrive and do well and be able to contribute their quotas to nation building. Kindly permit me to end this address with famous quotes from 3 household names in entrepreneurship. According to Steve Jobs, he said, and I quote, "I am convinced that about half of what separates a successful entrepreneur from the not successful one is pure perseverance." Estee Lauder mentioned that I didn't get there by wishing for it or hoping for it, but by working for it. And finally, Melinda Emerson stated that you never lose in business. It's either you win or you learn. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob Finton Shehu. That was a very wonderful keynote speech. for me, it was more of an entrepreneurship masterclass because he talked about everything entrepreneurship, from the different opportunities that are available to even the thriving sectors, the sectors that are thriving right now that people can, be part of, to even the attributes of an entrepreneur, the key things that an entrepreneur needs to embody that we can learn about. So please, I think we need to put our hands together for Mr. Jacob Hinton at this point. Please, let's give him a virtual round of applause like we did at the beginning. Thank you very much. And again, he also shared around role that Oxfam is playing in the entrepreneurship space. That's a very big one. I think people can just Google Oxfam in Nigeria, work in progress, to learn more about that program. It's a transforming one, it's a transformative one, honestly. All right. So at this point, I don't know if we have any questions for Mr. Pinton. You can put it in the chat box, and then we'll be able to respond to it. All right. Moving on quickly. Okay, I think I did not mention to you that we have a pitching competition here today. So there are some entrepreneurs who have really ideas who will be pitching their businesses, and Oxfam is also going to be supporting those people with funding, mentorship, and guidance to ensure that their businesses thrive really. So that's going to be the climax of today's event. But moving on right now, I'd like to invite for the first panel discussion. I'd like to invite the moderator for that panel, Mr. Celestine Tagbo, who's a project manager here at the Enterprise Development Center, to lead us in that session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Graham. Thank you, Mr. Shiu, as well for your speech. I hope you can all hear me. If you can hear me, just kindly put in the chat box that you can hear me. Okay, just want to make sure that, okay, awesome. All right, so it's really good to have everyone here. Thank you all for those who are able to join. Of course, we have a lot of people joining from various locations. So today, we're really going to be talking about youth. We started off with the youth. Today, we're celebrating YED, which is, for the youth. It's part of the wider program of the GEW Week, the Global Entrepreneurship Week. We're going to be celebrating this week all week round in November. And today, we're focusing mostly on the youth. And today, I have with me two esteemed panelists. We're going to be discussing entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship, and employment, and the ways we need to advance ourselves in this new world. Okay, so with me, I have Mr. Isaiah Bendy. Good morning, Mr. Isaiah Bendy. If you can hear me, you can just kindly unmute your mic and just say hello to our audience. Yeah, we can see you, Mr. Isaiah.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Awesome. Good morning.
Sorry,
good to have you.
Trouble unmuting myself.
No, it's fine. We can see you. And thank you for joining us this morning. All right.
Thank you.
Awesome. So Mr. Isaiah Bendy is the founder of DeemCity, an edtech organization that uses smart proprietary audio to text technology for offline multi-language learning for the low-income earners. DeemCity empowers everyone with knowledge to excel irrespective of language, literacy, or location barriers. Prior to founding DeemCity, Mr. Isaiah ran FDIS Technologies Limited, a key strategic technology partner and aggregator for MTN Nigeria and other telcos in West Africa, powering retail electronic voucher distribution with a vision to unleash retail advantage. Mr. Isaiah holds a degree in computer science. He is an Acumen Fellow and a certified entrepreneurship manager from the Enterprise Development Center, Paladasi University. Please, a warm welcome for Mr. Isaiah. You can just put your claps in the chat box as we've done earlier before. Next on my panel list, I have Mrs. Omozino Ego. Good morning, Mrs. Omozino. Are you there with me?
Hi, good morning. I'm
awesome,
here.
Good. Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So Mrs. Omozino Ego, she was awarded the Best Human Capital Development Technology Specialist West Africa by the African Excellence Award 2020. Mrs. Ego exceeds herself as an expert for creating and implementing solutions that maximize human potential. With 8 years of professional experience spent enabling people, families, institutions, and organizations to be happily productive in career guidance, employability, education, psychology, applied behavioral sciences, and performance optimization in teams and people analytics. Working at the intersection of psychology and technology, Omozino founded Udemy, a human capital development technology startup that leverages behavioral psychology and machine learning in mining actionable insights and recommendations that enable people and organizations make informed career, educational, hiring, and talent management decisions over 90% accuracy. In over 2 years, Udemy has impacted a collective of 5,000 people and teams, and has recently been recognized as one of Lagos' top 10 machine learning startups to watch. Mrs. Omozino is an awardee of Standard Chartered Bank 2020 Women in Technology Awards. She's also part of the Guardian's 100 Women Facilitating Sustainable Change through Innovation and Future Africa Award nominee for Young Changemakers Education category. Please, a warm virtual round of applause for Mrs. Omozino again. And thank you so much for having you here with us this morning. Okay, so we're just really going to dive right into the teeth of the conversation. And today we're going to be focusing on youth employment and the skills needed in this new world. I would just like to quickly throw a quick question to Mr. Isaiah. Mr. Isaiah, I know you work with a lot of youth, and through your experience, could you just kindly tell us what role you think entrepreneurship can play in countering the challenges of youth employment?
Thank you, Celeste. I don't know if you could enable me to unmute myself on my second device, because I'm kind of having issues with the audio on this laptop.
Okay, we'll do that shortly. Okay, so I don't know if, can you try now? Can you check if the audio is being...
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Once again, thanks for the opportunity to be here. Permits me by starting with something I learned from late Larry King, who says, when you're in a room, try and make whatever will possibly or likely make you uncomfortable in the room. So I would just say that I'm not a student of conversation in a great gathering like this, though it's virtual, but I believe we have wonderful people here in the house. So it's a great privilege to speak to you this morning on this topic that I will say is not peculiar to our continent, Africa, is not peculiar to Nigeria. But it's something that globally requires attention, right? So what I see, unemployment in some cases or underemployment are some of the significant challenges, right? According to the article published by World Bank early this year. For me, I think I will start by saying that there is a need for us to adopt what Nelson Mandela said. He says that education is the right tool to empower people for the future. And this future is our youth. The future is the young people. So I would say the first thing, there's a need for intentional calibration, or I would say aligning up the mindset of our youths. In my sector, for example, where I work, I come across different young, vibrant, and brilliant minds. But when you ask them why they do what they do, that why is always a challenge. and that speaks to education. So I think we would, for me, I would say that one of the key challenges that leveraging that space in our market or in our labor market is ability for our youths to understand their why, right? Because which is essentially your purpose. And great scholars have told us that where purpose is not clear or defined, essentially the reason or the purpose for the main reason for existence is abused. So I think that I would say should be our starting point by defining to our youths or our labor young labor market how they should find their why, understanding their why and running with it, which essentially speaks to education.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. So you mentioned the why, you mentioned the purpose. I think I speak greatly to that as well as wanting entrepreneurs coming out and having the right mindset, especially youthful entrepreneurs who also have innovative ideas, just having the mindset from a survival-based mindset to a value-driven mindset. Awesome. Thank you so much for that. Miss Omozino?
Yes,
So I'm just going to quickly like to hear from you. What would you have to say with regards to some of the ways that you think entrepreneurship can play in countering the challenges of youth employment?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Oxfam. Thank you, EDC, and everyone that is present. I appreciate you all. I think that we started answering this question on a very good and interesting note. From saying understanding why is important and moving from survival to value-driven work. So I think that entrepreneurship plays a very critical role in countering unemployment. And I think about it this way, that for this to happen, businesses have to move from survival to mission. Now, it's okay to start your business, or it's okay to start a business out of survival, but what will increase the ability to innovate is when the mission of that company shifts from just making revenue or profits to a mission, right? And so the thing with mission is that there's continuous innovation. So you pick a problem, it's a meaningful problem, it's an impactful problem. You can, as a business, you're constantly thinking about how can I solve this problem better? How can I make the user experience better? What can I do better? And in doing that, you begin to innovate. As innovation occurs, opportunities open up. So you look at emerging career opportunities or divergent career pathways that are coming up now. It's really born from innovation. So someone is solving a problem with their heart, their mind, and they're innovating through that problem. And so in midst of that, this language is needed. So there's work opportunities. Suddenly there's a demand for talent in this line. In building of softwares or building of technology, there started to be a need for quality assurance engineers, right? Quality user testing. I mean, these are all the opportunities that open up proper product design, right? But this didn't happen if they were just thinking of, let's just solve this problem the barest way and just make our money and go. It was innovation that opened up that opportunity. So I think that's one way. The second way I think about it is businesses have to start to think about investing in building talent pipelines. And so this is what I mean by that. I mean that either we're co-partnering with training institutions, educational institutions to beforehand, as we are innovating, as we're increasing our capacity to solve problems, we're building a talent pipeline, right? And so it involves two things. We have to, as businesses or enterprises, have to be willing to open up about what is required as knowledge, skills, and attributes or attitudes that are needed to power certain processes. So it's sort of like decentralizing work readiness, making it open source. So even the youths who are in universities, youths who are just coming out of school can know what to expect and begin to prepare themselves adequately for those opportunities ahead of time. But if we conceal the concealing of that information or not opening up that information, we miss the ability of a workforce to be ready ahead of time. And so because we have an education system that prepares people for what is right? There's very little room to, we haven't done a lot of work to prepare children or prepare students or young graduates for what can be. And so they're not wired to think about what can be, right? And that's because businesses who are responsible for employing maybe 84% of the workforce are not thinking about what can be. So it's sort of like a chain reaction, but I do think that in solving or thinking about these two things critically, we can solve unemployment in a very radical way. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, Omozino, I'll take innovation and building a talent pipeline, very integral to scaling unemployment amongst the youth as well in Nigeria. Thank you so much for those key points. Mr. Azar, this is going to lead me to my next question. What skills? We understand that, of course, you have an IT tech-based infused business. So, what skills do you think youth need in the future workplace right now?
That's an interesting question, Celestine.
Yeah, we could hear you.
Reason why I say, okay, thank you. So reason why I say it's an interesting question. I completely have a different approach when it comes to skills and talent, right? Your skills are so I categorize it as technical skill and soft skill. And what I tell my colleagues and anyone I find myself in this kind of discussion with is technical skill, anybody can learn that. But what you cannot learn is a soft skill, right? And that soft skill is what, drives your motivation towards what you do, your passion, right? Your commitment to that cause. I call it is the real ingredients towards success in that chosen career, not your technical skill. A technical skill, anyone can learn that. And I think it's a fundamental issue in our space, especially in the 21st century, whereby people are not driven. Once again, coming back to what we said earlier, they are not driven by purpose, but they are being driven by the reward, right? And you don't blame people for that, because when you live in an economy where people live on less than $1, right? At that point, people's mindset is being somehow switched from a drive for the common good or the greater good to a drive for survival. So people, like Omozino said, at that point, people are not actually necessarily after the economic liberation, right? Which speaks to the skill, why the skills and all of that. People are actually tilting towards survival. So I would say the required skill that is required there is we tend to focus on the soft skill, and that's why most of our institutions today fail, right? Rather than teaching people the moral that is required to succeed in the workplace, the moral, construct that is required in order for you to drive the change in the place of your in the place of work or in your chosen career. So I would say the first skill that is required is the soft skill, right? People, how you interact with people, your attitude towards people, how compassionate are you towards people? Because compassion, as Steve Jobs says, is the key driver of your creativity, right? If you're coming up with a product or service as an entrepreneur, because like Omozino said, as an entrepreneur, your job is to solve a problem, right? And if you're not solving that problem from a place of compassion, right, you're not going to actually or sustainably solve that problem. But if you're solving that problem from a place of compassion, right, that is inbound, you're doing it because you love doing this, right? Which is what we lack in our space. If you're doing this because I actually, love to see the smile on the face of the people I'm serving, right? Barbara Cochran said, someone who I love to hear so much, when she talks sometimes her podcast or on Shark Tank, she said people, real entrepreneurs don't succeed because they have the great idea or the great product, but they succeed because they execute their job with passion. Then the reward follows. So you see, the actual reward that sustains you in that space of entrepreneurship or the change you're trying to drive comes from the place of passion. It doesn't come from a place of, oh, I'm doing this because I just want to cash out, which is what we see out there, which is why people go after technical skill. I want to learn how to, so let me come home to my space. I'm in a technology space. Most people will say, I want to learn coding because I learned that programmers are the best paid, workforce out there. Or I want to learn programming because Flutterwave just made $200 million. I want to go in there, come up with that disruptive idea, that will fetch me that amount. And there you see that we're gradually moving from the place of, value to a place of reward, right? So, and if we're in the place of reward, that takes us back to what I said earlier, that look, if people are actually, fighting for survival, then the place of impact is being misplaced. So now you're not fighting for value, but you're fighting for survival, and which is what actually is killing our workspace industry. So I would say the first place for us to start with is to start with the soft skill, teaching people about, moral values, purpose for what, kind of taking us back to what we said earlier. Always identify your why, and your why must be genuine. Your why has to be inborn, not because it's being artificially, driven. So that would be my
thank you so much for that, Mr. Isaiah. You mentioned again moral values. You emphasize heavily on moral values and purpose and finding your why, developing soft skills as well. Mrs. Amozino, would you have anything to say to that as well?
Yeah, thank you, Isaiah. I think that was a very good place to start with soft skills, because skills for the future is unknown. So how do you prepare for a future that's unknown? And so when people hear unknown, it's almost like fear starts. Oh, I don't know what tomorrow would be. So why do I, everybody's jittery. But it's quite interesting that to prepare for the future, critical skills or work with skills for the future, I have about 3. So the first one I would say is self-awareness. You have to know your parts. You have to know yourself, and you have to know your trajectory, right? And this is what I mean by that. You have to know your parts. So some people think that the next best way, so there are many ways to be as successful in life, right? So you can choose the corporate world ladder, you can choose entrepreneurship, but you have to know your abilities, you have to know your interests, you have to know your personality so well that you will not pick a decision, right? That you then get in the midst of it, you get frustrated. So a clear example would be someone who is clearly wired to just be a freelancer, take a job, do the contract, submit, do his work, and live his best life. But then he now feels that, oh, I think that I should set up a business, I should do a whole structured thing, and then he fails at it. And then he blames himself, or he gets into suicides of depression and the likes. Now, not because he's a bad person, he just made some decisions that were out of his own natural limits. So if you want to be prepared for the future, you have to know yourself first. It's so important to know yourself. It's so important to know, okay, maybe I'm best suited to work under somebody. I want the certainty of my income. I will do my best work, working for someone. And be honest with yourself. There's no right and wrong answer, right? You just have to do what's best for you. So self-awareness, I think, is a very important skill. Empathy is also the next skill I'll talk about, because it's such a catalyst for creative thinking. How you see others, how you treat others, right? How you would solve a problem for yourself and you will do the same thing. Would you do the same thing to another person, right? It will help you think creatively on how to solve problems. So when you think about creative thinking, design thinking, problem solving, empathy is such a good skill to have. And so there are many ratios, right? You can start out low and you can build over time. The necessary thing that you need is begin to imagine people differently. Put yourself in another person's shoe. Just try to practice that one very simply. Try putting yourself in another person's shoe and doing the same. How would you treat yourself if you were in their shoes? And that will spark up creativity like never before. And creative thinking is such a future skill that is very important. The last thing is critical thinking. And so I usually say, or I usually feel that thinking is such a lost skill. And because the ability to embrace this skill means that you have to be able to stay with problems longer. So resilience, you have to be able to stay with problems longer. So you can't, critical thinking and resilience work hand in hand, right? If you're not able to stay with problems longer, how do you solve problems? How do you create new solutions? How do you prefer new ideas or innovation, right? If you quickly give up, right? Because the future is largely unknown, right? And so we're working towards a future that is unknown. But if we're able to embrace things like critical thinking, staying with problems longer, embrace knowledge, embrace understanding, which is comprehension, on a day-to-day level, we will be prepared, we'll find ourselves prepared when we get to the future. Whatever way it is, we'll find ourselves. So self-awareness, empathy, critical thinking, I think those three are really just solid skills to have. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Omozino. So resilience, critical thinking is definitely to go hand in hand. Empathy as well, building a catalyst for creative design and thinking. Thank you so much. Although before I move to my next question, I would like to give the audience a chance to ask questions. Please leave your questions in the chat box. If you would like to get any of your questions answered by any of our panelists, please use the chat box and we will respond as well. So as we wait for the questions to come in, I would just like to throw again to the house. COVID-19, we're moving past COVID. And of course, with this new change, with this new era, comes with new requirements, new skills. What can you tell us to the demand of today's skill sets that youth should have as an entrepreneur or in a workplace? So I would like to throw that to Mr. Isaiah.
Okay, thank you, Inga. The COVID reality, it's one challenge that I don't think we're getting a hand. I wouldn't say we have an idea what it will look like even in the next few months. I was listening to a statistic today on CNN where Stephen Harry was saying that they have a workforce of over 10,000 workers, and they went back home when COVID happened. Now, as at that time, they were certain that 15%, that's going to be just about 15% of their workers that will not be willing to go back to the office by the time they need to go back to the office. But unfortunately, for them, when they took that poll early last month, they discovered that about 51% of their workers are not willing to go back to the traditional way of working. They want to continue working remote. So you can see that the challenge is quite huge. So, but for me, I would say that means there is like Omozino, so forgive me, I like to make references. Like she said, the future, we're working towards a future that is not certain, right? We're working towards a future that we really don't know what it is. Just like that particular employer that was expecting just 15% of his workers, and all of a sudden it's 51%. That's entirely a different challenge that you are not prepared for. So the first thing I will say here is that is an era for massive disruption, right? Yeah. There's none of our old ways that will address the future of work post-COVID, because the old ways, as we can see, is obsolete. Before now, we would have to have this, or we'll probably organize this session in-house or in person, but now we're virtual. So I would say, I don't think there's any silver bullet solution to the future of work, but I would say that now is a time for critical thinking for entrepreneurs. Now is a critical time for critical thinking for the youths, right? Because you might not know that like she said, if you're thinking from a place of empathy, for example, I understand the challenge of that particular employer. How can I solve? What skills that I discern? Because I can tell you, for example, I can say dedication, right? I can say empathy, like Zeno said. I can say, but truly, it's beyond that, right? Right now, most of the workforce, they're after how much they can earn from the comfort of their home. So how can you now teach them? What can you come up with that can actually, right, begin to recalibrate our mindset from the old way to accepting the new way, and not just accepting the new way, but also teaching us that, look, it's not about, so there is this saying I used to say, the intention is what matters, right? It's not about the energy you put into the work, but the intention, why you want to do that, why you want to execute that particular task. So I don't want to say, that there's a solution for that, because I don't want to sell us short. But I would say that the solution for that is thinking. We need to start thinking constantly as to how can we reimagine, because we need to reimagine the future of work. We have to reimagine the skills required for the future of work. So in this room, I can tell you the ABCs of what you need or what the future of work is going to look like. But I don't want to sell us short, because there is no research today that has finalized or that's given us a concrete picture of what the future of work is going to look like post-COVID. So I would say, guys, now is the time to put on your thinking hat. How can you disrupt that space with the skill knowledge? If you're an educator, what kind of talents? Because guess what? The normal brick and mortar is not going to work anymore. People don't want to go to classrooms. People want to learn remotely. People want to, and that's why I'm excited about some of the initiatives I see out there these days. People are coming up with platforms where they just want to engage with people remotely. So the United States of America have invested billions of dollars into broadband expansion. The reason why they are doing that is because they know that the future is uncertain. But one thing that is clear is that digital skill or digital way of work is inevitable. It has come to stay after COVID. So if it has come to stay after COVID, what are those things that I need to put in place to maximize or to measure efficiency of my people, or to measure my own efficiency as I work at home? Because efficiency is at the core of our operations. So the reason why an employer will say he wants you to come to the office is because he wants to have his eyes on you. But if he doesn't have his eyes on you and you're working from the comfort of our home, how can you measure that that person is actually performing as he or she should? So the point here is, guys, now is the time for us to reimagine a lot of things around the future of work, because nobody has figured it. People are trying to figure it. We're all being taken by surprise by the reality of COVID. That's why you can see multi-billion-dollar companies have emerging just between last year and this year. How amazing. In the past, it takes companies over 10 years before they can be valued at such amounts. But within such a short period, in my industry, for example, I'll tell you, I major in telecoms. MTN, I'm sure some of you have seen it in the media. Before COVID, before 2020, MTN didn't have up to 20-something million mobile money agents or mobile money subscribers. But as of today, MTN has 51 million. And MTN mobile money has been in existence since 2007. Yeah. Now I'll round up with this. Something interesting about China, because China today is an economy that we all look up to and try to, kind of replicate what they are doing, right? And I will tell you why China is going to be ahead for quite a long time. China, as at 30 years ago, higher education penetration was just about 21%. As at today, higher education penetration in China is about 85%. Do you know what that is? That means they are constantly researching, unveiling new things. So let's invest more in research. Let's engage more in critical thinking to reimagine our thinking, to reimagine our processes, to reimagine a lot of things around work. So I would say that's how I perceive or I see the future of work, because we are in that discovery space. We have not discovered that yet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Azar, for that awesome intake. I would just like to throw a question from our audience, from one of our audience. So there's a question for you. It says, as a crop farmer, what skills do I have to adopt now as to remain relevant in the future while still being profitable?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Please come again.
So it's a question from Mr. Anyanto Aguara, or this is apologies. As a crop farmer, what skills do I have to adopt now to remain relevant in the future while still being profitable?
Okay. So I think the first skill is you have to listen to your customers, and you also have to watch the trends in your industry. If you can prioritize these two things, and your ears are on the ground, you will have enough data to begin to work with to differentiate yourself or to strengthen your competitive advantage, right? You have to watch out for global trends. You have to watch out for, listen to your customers, understand what is happening within the local ecosystem here. Are you aware of policies? Are you aware of trends? Where is the government thinking? What are your customers complaining about? What do they want? You know, what do they really desire? And that's the part, I think, most simply, the easiest thing to do are those two things. Listen to your customers and watch the global trends. Yes. So those two skills, they are skills though, because not everybody can listen. There's not everybody that can watch and see and pay attention or interpret data. Not a lot of people. So those two things are skills. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Isaiah.
Sorry, can you come again with the question?
So the question was, as a farmer, we have someone who's asking from a farmer point of view, what skills do I have or would the farmer need to adopt now so as to remain relevant in the future while still being profitable?
Interesting. I don't think I have much deeper than what Omazina said, but what I will add is you need to adopt, and which is part of what she said, listen, you have to adopt technology. We have seen the disruption in the space, you know, just by mere adoption of technology, by, you know, like she said, adopting best practice. So it's just about you paying attention. And in farming, and maybe because I'm a son of a farmer, I would say one thing that keeps you relevant and productive in farming is continuous research, right? That way you'll stay ahead of the game because you know that based on the weather of last year, the expected weather for this year, there's a technology or a method of approach. So I would say technology and continuous research, you need to adopt that because the digital disruption, once again, has accorded people a lot of advantage. And that's why the likes of Twiga in Kenya, for example, or I bring it home, the likes of Babangona in Nigeria, you know, you hear that every investor wants to talk to them, want to invest in them. And that's because all their approach is driven by technology, is driven by research. So I would say you need to adopt research and technology. It's very, very critical.
Okay, awesome. So do a lot more research, of course. You can try and figure out in your internal processes somewhere along the line where you might want to adopt processes as well, right? Where they can improve production, things like that. So please, for that question, please, that is your answer. Okay, so I have another question I'd like to throw from Mr. Abdullahi. Please, between IQ and EQ, which is emotional intelligence, which one will help an entrepreneur to excel, and how can one utilize such skills? So anyone, between IQ and EQ, which one will help an entrepreneur to excel or improve, and how can one utilize such skills?
That's a very interesting question. And why I think is interesting is because very recently I was having a debate or a conversation with a few colleagues of mine, and I was telling them that heart should lead before head when it comes to innovation or staying ahead or even solving business problems, right? Because it takes a lot of caring about the interest of another person right? Or the target market or target audience to really pay attention, to get away from your own ego. So with intelligence or with knowledge or with intelligence or abilities come the natural ego, natural pride, right? But the thing about empathy and the thing about empathy and some of the heart-based skills is it helps you to put aside your ego and focus on what is the real issue, right? And so once you're able to focus on what the real issue is as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, it's no longer about if you release this technology, if you release this product, it's just going to be trend, it's just going to disrupt everything. It now becomes about I'm trying to enable another person's life, right? So you see clear examples, say with payments, fintechs or startups, right? It's just the pain that they remove from people's lives, the pain of sending money, right? Whether to another person, sending money from home abroad, sending money abroad back, right? That you don't have to go through that pain. And so every day, that's your singular focus. How do we enable? How are we enabling? How are we enabling? And so the ability to do that. So I wouldn't say, I think that EQ helps your IQ better, helps you to think better, or solve problems better. So I wouldn't say EQ, IQ, one is more important than the other. I think that one should precede the other. So I think that emotional quotient should be higher, because if it's higher, you're able to solve problems better. And so because your ego is aside and your pride and your knowledge and your skill, intelligence and abilities aside, you're able to really dig deep and focus on what the real issues are versus. And in doing that, I mean, it's even in everyday, so maybe because I've done things in technology, I'm able to use tech examples. So even look at Facebook, how it started and how it has grown to all of this that we have now. I just want to enable people to connect. That was just the simple. I just want to enable people to connect. That was his simple drive before the entire business economics of it came in. Or how do we make business model out of this? How do we increase revenue and all of those many things, right?
Yeah.
The primary essence of every business must be, how do I enable? And so that's, for you to think like that, you have to put your heart first. But the heart does not now, it's not a disadvantage to the head, right? Emotional intelligence is not a disadvantage to cognitive intelligence in any way. As a matter of fact, my research over time as a behavioral scientist, papers have shown that it enables, it enhances. So I think that when thinking about it, we should think about it this way. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. For that question, please, if you still need a follow-up, please, that is a very, very apt response. So EQ and IQ, very, very needed in business. None is greater than the other. It's just balancing the act out, right? Just balancing it out. Awesome. So I have another question for the panelists. I mean, the questions are coming in now, thick and fast. So definitely. So here's one for Mr. Isaiah. As an entrepreneur, should an entrepreneurial idea be completely flaw-free? How do you know your ideas are flaw-free?
As a matter of fact, if your idea is flaw-free, that means you don't have an idea. I would say that as an entrepreneur, because idea is a living organism of your organization or the company. The day you stop improving on your idea, that's the day your idea becomes obsolete. So I would say as an entrepreneur, there is no complete or flawless idea. And that's why in technology, in our space, we don't launch a full-blown or a complete product. We launch what we call MVP, a minimum viable product. And that's because that's, sets you up for, in fact, what makes you think that the idea you have is actually the solution to the problem? Yes, you've identified a problem, right? But the actual solution to the problem comes when you continue reiterating that particular idea. That's why there's something we call you, at some point, you will even need to pivot. That is, you, in fact, take a complete turnaround, right? So there is no such thing as, in my opinion, there's no such thing, and at least I've been around this for about a decade, I will tell you that there's no such thing as a flawless idea. There's no such thing as a complete idea. So all you need to do is you just have to start, then you have to constantly stay in touch with that industry, with that particular idea. You don't say that, oh, because I have implemented this, then I'll go back, right?
Yeah.
The reason why Facebook will acquire Instagram, the reason why they will acquire this thing, they understand that the game of community, if they are trying to create a community with Facebook, it's not complete without those other elements. So you have to stay in touch with the idea and the space. Like mentioned earlier by my co-panelist, that you see, you just have to remain in touch, constantly in touch with the space, so that you can continue reimagining that particular idea, that particular solution that you developed. So there is no such thing as flawless idea. You just have to start it. And before you know, I give you our own experience in our this thing. I've been in this for almost a decade, and I will tell you that we are nowhere 50% into perfection of one of the products that we started with us at that time. But we're still in business. It's not like we're out of business. But I can tell you that you have to just continue, reinventing, and that's how it works. That's why it's called entrepreneurship. It's not a one-day shot.
Yep, continuous fine-tuning. You have to fine-tune those ideas, of course, till it fits the market that you're trying to serve better. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sorry, just to add to that, Celestine. Actually, the market is also moving. So today, the day you come up with that idea, tomorrow the market is different. So if you don't, if your idea is not moving with that market, the market will leave you behind.
Definitely. Thank you for that nugget. All right. I'd like to throw one question to Ms. Mozino. So this one's for you. Can you highlight how to guide a young graduate who is still trying to figure out how to get his daily bread to move to become an entrepreneur? How can he or she balance both tasks, survival, and impactful entrepreneurship?
Oh, I love that question. So thanks to that person who asked that question. I think it's a very interesting and a very, very important question to ask.
Because it speaks to what's currently going on with our youth today.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So my most candid advice is, if you think that entrepreneurship is your pathway, do not instantly now open shop and say you want to start a business. I advise that you apprentice. Be an apprentice. There's definitely somebody in some way that's trying to solve the problem that you're trying to solve, right? In a certain way. So you have to intern somewhere, you have to work somewhere. It's so interesting that people say, so let me even do a comparison between founders now. And I'll use the unicorns that we have in our ecosystem. So Paystack and Flutterwave. Now, Paystack founders were pretty young. They had worked for like 2 years. They started Paystack and they achieved what they achieved. Great. Flutterwave founder worked for about 13, 15 years before founding Flutterwave. He still achieved what it is. But you see that both parties, they did work. They had some hands-on experience. It's more expensive. Trial and error is always a very expensive ordeal, right? Yep. Take it from me. I do a lot of experiments. Like, I'm neck deep in research. I enjoy it, right? But it's very, very expensive. When you are doing it alone, you're taking all the liabilities, all the risk. Now, apprenticeship gives you the opportunity to learn and also add value. Build community, build advisors, build mentors, build colleagues who are your peers, who can even help you when you now begin to put all of these things together and say you want to put it together as a proper enterprise, you would learn how to exist in a team. What is process? What is structure? All of those things that it seems that, oh, I don't want to work in a hierarchical environment. The structure, they are going to stifle me. Yeah, it can be like that, right? Because it's a business. They want to achieve their own objective. But you also have to remember your mission. I also have to remember your objective as well. And the best way is to just put yourself down and just learn. Trust me, I'm giving you this advice for free. There are many times in my own career journey I wish I had done that very well. It might have saved me some from learning certain lessons, certain ways. So apprenticeship is usually like the best way to learn, to build the skills, to understand processes, to understand structure, to understand how things even run in a working ecosystem, right? And so you can take that knowledge and not just starting with zero reference, right? You are starting with existing knowledge that you can build upon and adapt to make your own, right? With your own unique source as a person, as your vision, your mission, and all of those things. So that's my honest and candid response to that question. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. So building that apprenticeship model, that system, somebody that is already doing what you're doing, to avoid potential pitfalls. Awesome. Thank you so much. And also, of course, you mentioned building the community of trustees or people you can look up to, learn from. Just building a general network in general, of course, will definitely help as well. Man, the questions are coming in thick and fast. So, of course, we do have some time to answer some of these questions. So I'm going to be throwing another one at you guys. So here's one for Mr. Isaiah. So this question says, sorry. Okay. All right. So it says, for instance, it bothers me why creative young entrepreneurs aren't really recognized in Nigeria until they are recognized globally, or maybe they win a seed fund. For instance, piggy bank, things like that, until they had an international major breakthrough. I don't know how true that is. But now, what would you advise? How do you young entrepreneurs with great business ideas, potential, get that visibility and skill?
I must confess that question is a brilliant one. And I don't want to use the word dear to my heart because I think it's something that recently has been constant in my conversation. And I will tell you the one response or one reason why our young entrepreneurs locally are not recognized until they hit the jackpot. And the reason is because our system is being curated in such a way that we don't give people opportunity to fail. Yeah. And that's why if your child wet the bed, the next thing you do or the first thing you do to that child is you beat the child, right? Instead of you carefully teaching that child how not to wet the bed. So that is the reason we don't give people opportunity to fail. So in America, for example, a young chap can have an idea and he has a group of people that he can talk with that are willing to take that $1,000, $2,000 bet on them. But here we don't have that system. So, and that is a sad story about our space. It's a reality. And I will take this, I'm sorry, I know that earlier on I mentioned something about China, but I will tell you part of the reason why China is, I will call it, is a mono system in terms of their approach to how they deal with their people. So everything is perceived as one in China, right? Their official language is one, despite their diverse ethnical and cultures. Their thinking always starts from overview and specific. And what that means is, how do we move from here to here? So they are always growth centric, right? They don't think that, because you are a Yoruba, forgive me guys, and you are a Hausa, we can coexist and succeed. Or I can celebrate you because we're not from the same tribe. So you can see that our system is being designed in such a way that from the get-go, it has destroyed celebration because we are not one in our thinking. So the economy of the world that are succeeding today, the reason why they are succeeding, they are one in their thinking. So I would say how we create that environment is a systemic issue. How we create that environment, I tell people, in your little corner, it might be 3 people you're working with. It might be 4 people you're working with. We have to start consciously decentralizing some of those things that we centralize as core to our existence or to why we do what we do. We have to start decentralizing certain things. For example, you don't have to be Mr. XYZ for me to support your goal or your dreams. As long as what you're doing is in line with growth, is in line with economic freedom, is in line with empowerment, I will celebrate you. I will give you the thumbs up, right? That way, that is how we'll start breaking those barriers of, what is it called? A setback that most of our entrepreneurs are this. And some people, they are not actually in it for the money. They just need someone to give them a pat and say, well done, you're doing well. And you will see that that person will wake up the next morning and keep going. But because there's nobody that is celebrating him or her because she has not raised $10 million, $20 million, because they don't have the state-of-the-art kind of organization, nobody celebrates them. But in their corner, they are actually making impact. I heard of, I think I was chatting with a brother in the North, and he said there was this guy who is Meshai, and he listened to a program where he was being exposed to basic bookkeeping and branding. And based on that, this same Meshai that used to have only one spot that he would sell his shai and earn like 2,000 or 3,000 to earn his daily living, from that little knowledge that someone sat down and exposed him to what he needs to do to take the business to the next level, within 12 months, he was able to replicate that location of his shai across about 50 places. Now, his revenue tripled from just 3,000 in a location to 1,500 across 50 locations. That's his daily revenue. Now, I'll tell you why I so much appreciate that. If someone did not come down to his level and tell him that what you're doing is entrepreneurial and can be impactful, the guy wouldn't have thought of empowering 50 other young Nigerians that will give him 1,500 Naira return daily. If you do that by 50 locations, that's roughly about 100,000, almost 100,000, like 75,000 Naira. How many people go to the office, go to those branded and glamorous offices and earn such amounts? So you can see that it's because we are not growth-centric. We are not revealing or guiding ourselves, right? Coming back to China, why I said that they move from this to specific, right? The reason why I said that is because they are growth-wired, while in our system, we are not wired in such a way. So we need to start, sensitizing ourselves, playing our role in the little way that we have. You don't have to have 20 followers, 100 followers in order for you to start giving people opportunity to fail. That would be my response. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. I think this also sort of boils down to the general conversation that the points you've all dropped as well: orientation, mindset. This will also go down to, just looking at our curriculum, what we teach in schools, and just the appropriate mindset and allowing people to try different ideas. Also accepting that, that failure barrier, teaching them through those phases. So I think it's a very good one that we definitely need to focus on moving forward for entrepreneurship as a whole as well. Thank you so much for that. Please keep your questions coming in. We will send the recordings and materials after this session is over. You'll be receiving them to your emails as long as you're registered and you've joined us for this program. So thank you. I have one more question. It's a panel question, although it's actually a panel discussion based on skills. Now we're going back to the skills. Based on the skills, reskilling and upskilling, can you speak more on in response to the changing work environment and the requirement for employment. So we've had certain questions, people asking, oh, what kind of skills, what kind of IQ skills are we talking about? So we mentioned digital skills. So we would like to just, are there more skills aside from, just the digital skills? Are there other skills as well that people can learn, as an entrepreneur? Okay, so I'm throwing this to Omozino. You can go ahead and you can answer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if I understand the question correctly, the question is on reskilling and upskilling, right?
Yeah.
Knowing skill and know what's up.
Yeah.
That's the best, one of the most effective way, or the efficient way to go about, knowing what to reskill and upskill is to quantify. So I'll talk about it from a business perspective, because I know that there are entrepreneurs here, and I also talk about it from like a personal perspective or a professional perspective. So from a business perspective, you have a pool of employees, or you have people working with you, and they are working with you. All you have is they are meeting their targets, but you do not know how they are growing on the job. So you have no data. You don't have quantitative, you don't have qualitative data. And so by what I mean by that, you don't have insight into what are their potential weaknesses, right? In terms of what the operational skills that you need them to have to deliver on the job. And you don't also know where are their areas for growth or potential areas that they can perform best in. And because I've seen over time how people outgrow roles. So you're a person hired to be a project manager or product manager, right? And he's on that role for 2 years. And he's doing the best that he can, but he has outgrown the role. The employer is not aware. Now, the employer is setting new metrics that I expect this person to meet up to. But the person is not able to do so again because interest and motivation has dissipated or like reduced. So as an employer, you don't have data on your people. You can't know where to reskill or skill. I think this was really a big deal last year when people had to realize that, oh, we're moving remote. It's like my entire team cannot function remotely. I don't know my people. I don't know who is going to be most efficient to do this, to do that. I don't know how to shift them to different departments. So I think that on a business level, as an employer, you have to prioritize people analytics or people data. You need to know your people, track them, assess their KPI. How is their abilities growing? Do they still have these operational skills? Is it dropping? Is it increasing? What is happening to this person? Is this person is no longer good for this department? Can we move him to this department? What is his potential for success in another department, right? Another thing to think about when it comes to reskilling and upskilling is introducing active learning. So coaching and mentoring as a model for bringing people up to speed on the job alongside, sending for trainings and all. Active coaching and mentoring, I've seen it work over and over and over. And it's such a important methodology when it comes to increasing your skill. Active learning, mentoring, coaching your direct supervisees, your employees, ensuring that managers are equipped to be coaches, not just commanders. That's also very important. So that's on an organizational level. On a personal level, as a professional, you want to reskill or skill, you need to prioritize self-evaluation. You have been working for 5 years, 2 years, 3 years. You don't even know where you are in the spectrum of where you are in your industry. You don't know, okay, do I still have the skills that I need? The way my trajectory is going, am I still on the right? What opportunities can I access? Or are you just comfortable with where you are? So I do this for myself. Every quarter, I self-evaluate. I check my personality. I check my interests. I check my abilities. I check my career motivation. I check my job function fit. That I'm working in as in management team in strategy doesn't mean I'm suitable in the next 3 months. Maybe my next 3 months and then I should be in operations, or I should really just be in sales as my abilities are more suited for that, because people change. So we assume that we don't change, but we are changing every day. So you have to evaluate yourself. Take a comprehensive assessment. I will drop a link that we can all go to take an assessment. Just help us, evaluate our professional life once again. And then you also need to monitor. So now you've had the data, you evaluated yourself, you know yourself across the spectrum. What should you now start improving? How do you learn? Are you going to learn best by getting a mentor or a coach? Are you going to learn best by going on YouTube and upgrading your skill? Are you going to just respect yourself, take a course, physical training, and just adopt that methodology to improving and reskilling and upskilling? You also have to understand your motivation. What's your real motivation, right? What's your real motivation? So understanding your career motivation is also very important, because your motivation change. Every one of us in this room are changing. As we receive new information every day, we change, right? So it's important to know that you are changing. You have to check and evaluate yourself. Okay, what's my priorities now for the next 6 months? Do I want to be running my life this way? Do I want to pause and take an audit myself? So that's the way to really go about reskilling and upskilling. And before just throwing yourself to applying for an opportunity. And this thing is so important. So I'll give you a clear example for this particular point. Is there was someone working with me that he was working in a corporate organization. So every 3 months, he used to take this assessment to evaluate. So the assessment I take for myself, he used to take it for himself. And then he identified that he had 33% when it came to leadership and management. So that means his leadership skills were really poor. And now what he's aiming for, he needed to be a leader. He was aiming for a promotion that would require that he be an effective leader. So with that information in hand, he started working on himself through coaching, mentoring, reading, all of that. And in another 6 months, he was able to get promoted to a leadership role within his organization. And that was because he had the right information in his hand. And with that information, I was able to make effective decision on what he should prioritize to improve his life on. And then, that just improved the quality of his life. So yes, I definitely recommend using that approach.
All right. Thank you so much for that. We're going to be rounding up this section now. But before I do that, it's just going to be the one final question I'll be throwing. This is regards to the government and how the government can come in here to help youth, especially youth in entrepreneurship. How can they help by policy making or other forms of schemes to help alleviate or scale entrepreneurship from the youth aspect as well? So how can the government come in here and aid youth who are thriving in entrepreneurship? So Isaiah, can throw that question for you.
I'm so sorry, I was struggling with my audio to just hear. Do you mind if you can just quickly take the question?
All right. Sorry. So I was saying, how can the government come in to help alleviate entrepreneurship with youth as well? So some of the things that the government can actually do to aid entrepreneurship amongst the youth. Yeah.
Great. That's a very, very good question. I would say, like I mentioned earlier, the issue is a systemic issue, right? What that means is we have to visit the foundation, right? To see how we can disrupt the system, in such a way that foster and promotes entrepreneurship. Like I said earlier, it's a different thing if my fight is for survival, right? I earn less than $1 a day. How do you expect that person to start thinking whether what I'm doing, is towards the greater good of the economy, right? So first and first, in our educational system, in our curriculum, we need to start taking entrepreneurship more and more serious. our approach to teaching has to be more practical as theoretical. I want to believe we do sense of respect and apology to our educational system. There are some of the things that we're teaching in the educational system that is quite absolute, right? So we need to fix that. I think that is the foundation. If people start with that understanding that entrepreneurship, is a key driver and transformative element of our economy, then the change will start happening. And nobody has the power to do that than the government, right? So we have to take it from that level where we start, changing some of the systems that we have, from the government aspect. Also creating enabling environments. Enabling environment in the sense that I know that is a word that is sounding almost like a broken record in our system. But like I said earlier, you need to give people the opportunity to fail, right? That's the only way they can learn. So like my colleague said earlier, if you don't give people the opportunity, so if that young man didn't have access to that learning tool, right, that revealed to him where actually he should focus in terms of his career goal, in terms of his improvement goal and all of that. If that wasn't revealed to him, he will just keep toiling that path and there is just no change, right? But if our system is structured in such a way that we know that up is the only way, right? There is no shortcut. There's nothing like, oh, if I just want to be a quick billionaire, I need to go into politics or I need to go into this. No. Start teaching people. So I listened to someone who I respect so much, and she said the opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is dignity, and dignity is knowledge, right? So until we start giving back people dignity, right, in farming, in sweeping the road, in whatever it is they distance. So I find this post very interesting. That I said I'm going to tell us, as my response to that question that you asked, right? Kevin Olori said, find what motivates you and live for it.
Yeah.
If the system does not motivate me to find what motivates me and live for it, if the system is telling me that politics is the way, if the system is telling me cutting corners is the way, right? If the system is not decentralizing the wealth towards education, right? Because knowledge, like I said, the dignity you give back to a person is the knowledge you give, you share with him. So we need to start investing more, or our government needs to start investing more in our education system. We need to be intentional. Entrepreneurship should be part of our, core. In fact, as a matter of fact, just the way back in the days, mathematics, and I think it's still that the same, mathematics and English is a core requirement for you to get into the higher institution. Entrepreneurship should become actually our major requirement, because the government is not going to be able to employ the labor market that we have, especially the youth. The number is just so much. We can't employ them without entrepreneurship, and we have to start fostering entrepreneurship from that foundation. And that's why, like I said earlier, China invested so much in education. And that's why you could see that every corner of China, there's one thing going on. And they will ship to us in Africa. We'll gladly buy it. And we're enriching their economy, forgetting that they actually invested in education. Because, like I said, the statistic as of today is about 85%. How amazing that is. And there's something we ignore, right, in our system. So it's interesting that we hear that we've been celebrating that one of our case study in Nigeria has been celebrated and adopted by Harvard Business School, which is the apprenticeship by Alaba Market, right? If we teach our people that there's a dignity in that 5 or 10 years that boy will go and sit under his master in Alaba Market to learn trading, if we taught people that there's a dignity in that, right? I can tell you that nothing will stop a graduate from going to Alaba Market to learn about trading, knowing that after 5 years, the system will enable him to become successful, to become independent. Yeah. But if the government, if the system does not promote such kind of mentality, right, we'll remain in this rat race of a thing that we call education. So I think education should be the starting point, and that can only happen if the government enforces certain things to be at the core of our educational system.
Yeah, well said. Definitely agree with a lot of the points that Mr. Isaiah has mentioned. Amazino, would you like to close? Any other closing comments from you? We can wrap up this session with your closing comments with regards to that topic.
Okay. Thank you very much, Isaiah. I think that was very, very great angle to start. I definitely advocate, so alongside the entrepreneurship, I definitely advocate for early career guidance. It's so important. Education is inside out. So the degree of innovation you can see in any community or in any environment is directly proportional to the wealth inside of a person. So the amount or to the extent to which people have discovered themselves, believed in themselves, and been empowered enough to take action on those ideas that they have inside of them, whether be it in capacity to build a business or capacity to work within an organization or enable another person's system. So I definitely also really much advocate for early career guidance education. I think that is underestimated, but it makes a huge difference. I mean, we see international universities, right? And how active their career guidance has been from when they were taught last till now. You can't compare. They will be problem solvers, they will be critical thinkers, they will take the bull by the horn because they've been empowered from so young to embrace all of these things. So I definitely think that that's very important. And I think that businesses should pay attention to that. When you find what works, don't stop there. Keep pushing. There's so much more. And that's the biggest temptation. Once your business model works, everything is flowing. What again? We're making money. Why did I stress myself?
Yeah.
But that's a temptation we have to resist. Because if we stop there, our economy will stop there.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurship is so critical for creating opportunity. But if we, as business leaders or aspiring entrepreneurs or even entrepreneurs in ourselves, stop, we put a cap on what opportunities can be. And once the cap is, then we'll keep having things like explosive unemployment, employability ratios in the mud, and all of those things, right? Because we are the center of these issues. We're the center of human capital development in our nation. So we have to invest in unknown. We have to invest in research and development. We have to know, we have to listen to our customers. We have to predict, project into an unknown future. And that's a key differentiation for us, even locally. So I know that it's typically hard and there was something Isaiah mentioned where he said things around, we don't have a culture that allows failure. And I understand that because and what fuels that is fear and scarcity. So it's hard to innovate from scarcity, right? And so that's why a foreign organization can look at, this is just $150,000. Take it, make mistake, but good. Because there's abundance here. Here we're dealing with quite a lot. But also in the midst of that, we also have the opportunity to be super resourceful. We also have the opportunity to work with what we have and make the most out of it, right? Whether we have a caterpillar or we have a stone, everything is a resource. And so the Nigerian spirit is such that we can make things work. We have adapted in many situations over these years. We can do much more. So that's the hope that I have. And I think that is a beautiful hope. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll just recap from our conversation today. Be more resilient, be disruptive. As a youth, there's power in disruption. Of course, we're disrupting in the right way. Build networks, build that mentor relationship, people that you admire in your field, in your particular environment, learn from them. That Alaba model, it works. and it's been adopted by Harvard. So please, you must also adopt it as well. You must have moral values, integrity. All these things apply to you as a business person and as an entrepreneur as well. Continuous improvement. It's what we preach at the Enterprise Development Center. We want to make sure that you're constantly improving your processes. So that you must never stop. Okay, I really want to just use this time to thank everybody that has joined us today. I hope for our audience, we've had a lot of insightful takeaways from the conversations to the questions as well. So thank you all for participating and joining and making this conversation very, very rich as well. We continue to celebrate YED all day, all through the week. And I would just like to thank Mr. Isaiah and Mrs. Omozino for their time and their expertise. Thank you very much. And we're so happy for you joining us this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Not a problem. Thank you so much. So before we go for the next session, we have a panel session coming up by 12. But I would just like to share a little bit of information to our audience about this training program called the Transforming Nigeria Youth Program. Okay, I hope you can all see my screen. As you can see my screen, the TNI program is a program that we have been running for a year and a half now by the Enterprise Development Center on behalf of the MasterCard Foundation. This program is centered around youth, creative youth entrepreneurs from the ages of 18 and 35. The main sector of focus is within the agri sector and the creative sector. So if you like to start your business, you like to get equipped on more knowledge on how to run a business as a startup, please, and you're a youth, please apply for this program. It is extremely beneficial to you. After you're done with the program, you will have the chance to be paired with a business service development consultant. They would work with you on your various growth plans on how to take your business from point A to point B. Okay, so if you're a youth, please do not pass up this chance. I will be leaving the details and the link for this program on the chat box so that you can see it and you can click on it and you can apply as well. So thank you. Without further ado, I would like to, at this junction, call my colleague, Halima Rabiu. So she will moderate the next panel session that I'll be holding from 12. But before that, maybe we'll probably go on a 5-minute breather just for us to stretch our legs and get some breath. Okay, so thank you very much. When we get back, Halima Rabiu will take over. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, good morning, everyone. It's been an insightful session so far. So we'll be starting the next session in the next 3 to 4 minutes. So I just implore you, let's just take a minute or two to just stretch our legs. I'm sure we've been sitting since this program started at 10. So let's just take 2 to 3 minutes to just stretch our legs. Thank you. Okay, I'm sure everyone is back now. Good morning once again. It's 11:55. So my name is Halima Rabiu, and I'm with the Enterprise Development Center as well of the Pan Atlantic University. Good morning, Aliyu, and everyone in the chat box. The first panel session was quite insightful. So I hopefully this one would also be more insightful as well, and we're able to get some key points. So with me on this second panel, I'll be moderating this session, and I have with me Hawa Liman, who is the founder of the Inspiring Center. Hawa, are you here?
Yes, I'm here, Halima. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. So she's the founder of the Inspire for Impact initiative. And with us as well, we have Ezenwa Okoro. He is the founder of Enugu Youth Entrepreneurship Network as well. Good morning, Ezenwa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing very good. Good to be here.
Okay, great. So with me on this are these lovely panelists. So they have decades of experience working with youths across various sectors. So we'll be talking about the youth changing the entrepreneurship dynamics. But before we get started, let me just give them a minute to introduce themselves. I'll start with Hawa Liman to just give us a brief on what she does at Initiative.
Okay, can I go on?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. As Halima rightly introduced, it's a pleasure for me to be here with you this afternoon. And my name is Hawa Liman. As she rightly said, I am the founder of the Inspire for Impact initiative. And the Inspire for Impact initiative, it's basically an initiative that we founded, which is focused on human capital development, looking at the fact that I've worked with the NYSC for over a decade now. Looking at the gaps identified, we decided to come up with the Inspire for Impact initiative with a view to, equipping with our youths with the 21st century skills, as well as business support development, looking at how the world is tilting towards entrepreneurship as a key to tackling youth unemployment. So basically what we do at Inspire for Impact initiative is to give the young people access to opportunities, access to resources, access to things that are going to, make them become the best version of themselves as much as we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hawa. So Ezenwa, over to you.
Thank you so much. My name is Ezenwa Okoro. I'm the founder of Enugu Youth Entrepreneurship Network. It's a platform where we give vent to young people's aspirations to be owners of businesses and to become actually self-employed. And I'm also the CEO and founder of Resource Mobilization Consult. And it is a platform that I use to help organizations, both SMEs, CBOs, and civil society to raise funding through grants and strategic partnerships across board. And I am a Mandela Washington Fellow, and I am also a Rise Up Fellow. And just last week, we just launched the Nigerian Youth Workers Association in Nigeria, the first in Nigeria's history. Nigeria has a dearth of youth workers, and that's why there's a huge gap in youth development space in Nigeria. And I am the vice president. I was elected vice president just last week. And it's good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you can see we have over 2 decades worth of experience here that will be shared as we move along this session. So the theme for this panel session is youth changing the entrepreneurship dynamics. So I would like to start off with asking that question. Are youths really changing the dynamics? So how you can start.
Okay, it's really an interesting topic, and it's really an interesting conversation this afternoon, because truly that is what young Nigerians are doing. Young people, not only in Nigeria, but across Africa, when you look at the innovations we've been seeing, personally for me, I would say in the last 5 years or 6 years or thereabout, from the point where I joined the Tony Elumelu. And okay, aside being the founder of the Inspire for Impact initiative, I'm also a business and social entrepreneur. that aspect of me is there, whereby I run Africa Buyer, which by the side I use to, it serves as a model for these young people to be able to see how clearly this entrepreneurship of a thing is done from my own perspective. So I'm not just doing the talk, but I'm also, doing the work for them to see, for them to give them the guide. So matter of fact, in the last 5-6 years, I've seen how the entrepreneurship space is really being turned around, not only in Nigeria, but across Africa. I've had the opportunity of engaging young people from, various countries, from the Tony Elumelu Entrepreneurship Network there. And at the same time, as a fellow, the Mandela Washington Fellow on the entrepreneurship track, I've had the opportunity, of engaging with young people from various African countries, from innovation in the IT world, in agriculture, in the creative field. Any space you look at, you find young people, they are really turning things around, notwithstanding the difficult challenges, because I'm sure we're going to talk about the challenges that they are facing, but notwithstanding these challenges, young people across Africa are really turning around, the entrepreneurship space. They're really doing amazing things. And it's something that I personally am very, very proud of. There's no better time than to be a youth in Africa than now. So it's something I'm really proud of, and I'm really, appreciative of all the things that we're doing. That's what really gives me the drive. It's what gives me, the motivation every day to continue to do what I do. So indeed, young people across Africa, not only in Nigeria, are really turning things around in the entrepreneurship space.
Amazing. Thank you for that. So not just doing the talk, but also working the work. Ezenwa, what's your view on that?
Oh, absolutely. I align with that. And I am so passionate about this because young people are currently disrupting the space across board, be it in agriculture, be it in the health sector, be it in the creative space, especially using technology. It is simply amazing to see how we are channeling our energies, our creativity, our innovation to come up with new ideas on how to do things, on how to solve problems. And for me, the most amazing thing about Nigerian youth is that they have begun to see the nexus and how to align entrepreneurship to social entrepreneurship. So it's not just about making money, about commercializing your idea. But at the same time, it gladdens my heart to see that they are making social impact despite all the challenges, like Hawa said. See, for me, I always tell my mentees, whether in Lagos, Abuja, or Enugu, when you wake up every morning, as sick as you are of what you see around you, turn it around, use it as a motivating factor, use it as an inspiration. Policymakers are just paying lip service to youth development. We all know that. But you guys are on the ground. Keep innovating. That should be your motivating factor. For the fact that they are paying lip service to youth development should be your motivating force to do what you do every day. And they are using technology in agri, they are using technology in the health space. They are doing amazing things. And I doff my hat for Nigerian youth. They are not lazy. The joke is on the people that call them lazy. And they will make this country proud eventually. We will get there.
Oh, yes. Little droplets make an ocean. And indeed, the youth are actually doing that. So, I mean, like we rightly know as well, the Nigerian youth form at least 65% of the demographics in population in Nigeria. So, but then still, youth unemployment is one of the biggest challenges that we still have. So what would you say is the biggest challenges that youth face on a daily basis?
Okay, basically, I would say the not so supportive, the ecosystem generally is demoralizing because like for me, what actually really inspired me to start my own initiative is like working with the NYSC and seeing that challenge that is being faced. Okay, what next after the NYSC, So what next for the young people out there? Because, okay, after you've done these 11 months, what then happens to you? So it's really, really scary. It's not just about the issue of unemployment, but what happens, the consequences from this unemployment, the rolling effect of all these negative vices that we see on the street. So it's really, really a very huge challenge, because not knowing where to start from. Because when you look at how things are happening, you find out that, okay, these young people, hello? Am I on?
Yes, you're
okay, you can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, you find out that these young people actually do not even know where to start from. Because whether we like it or not, this unemployment of a teen is not a mirage, it's not hearsay. It's something that it's on ground, is factual, is actual. We're seeing it live. Okay, from having just 2 batches doing the NYSC in a year, the batch A and the batch B, we now have 6 batches. We have batch A stream 1 and stream 2. We have batch B stream 1 and stream 2. Like currently now, the camp ends today, stream 1 for batch C 2021. And we're going in for a second stream. It's really, really something very, I would say, disturbing. And definitely, I would say, yes, the government on its own is trying in a way to, but definitely for the young people, the challenge is huge. But then, where do they start from? All hope is not lost, because as my fellow here said, like when you look at the innovation that these young people are doing, for me, like the opportunity of being part of this Mandela Washington Fellowship, we've seen how
Okay, I think Hawa's network just froze.
young people are taking charge. Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, we have this challenge. Yes, okay, we have this challenge for secondary school students that the Mandela Washington Fellowship, the Alumni Association, do organize annually. And that is something that, really gives you hope. When you see how secondary school students are coming up with challenges to solve societal problems.
Okay, I think her network is stuck again. Hello, Hawa, if you can hear us.
From the health sector, you see them. Hello? Okay.
So your network
yes, I said, okay. Yes, my network I have a little challenge here. But then you see, from the way they are, bringing up solutions to address societal issues, it's something that really gives us hope and tells us that all they need is, the right guidance, the right support. The mechanism should be put in place that will propel these young people, to equip them with the necessary tools, resources that will be available and accessible for these young people, for them to really not give up hope, because majority of them are losing it. And when you look at the way in which Nigerians, young people, are living this country, is scary. The other day I was telling someone, I was passing the embassy here, the UK embassy here in Abuja, and the number of people I saw, young people, applying for visas, people are really giving up hope. So it's scary, it's real. People are not believing that, things are going to turn around in this country.
But there's still hope for us.
Yes, there is.
Yeah. I'll come back to you, Hawa. So what's your take? What's the biggest challenge that you face on a daily basis?
Okay. I would like to focus on the rural youth, right? The youth who reside in the villages, the young people who also reside in the slum, in the urban slum that we call ghetto. These 2 sets of demography, right? Because see, the young people that reside in urban areas, they have more access to opportunities, right? They have access to opportunities more than the rural youth or young people in the ghetto or in the slums, as the case may be. Now, let's take a few minutes to actually see how impoverished or how marginalized or how even unreached these people are. Okay, because you talk about urban youth, when such a program like the Transforming Nigeria Youth Program by MasterCard and EDC, if you go on the registration portal, you must have an address, you must have an ID, a government issue ID for you to be able to apply. Let's take, for instance, again, the National Youth Investment Fund, the how many billion naira fund the federal government launched through the Ministry of Youth. For you to apply, you must have an address, have a means of identification, a government issued identification. Good. Now, let's take a deep delve into this. Young people in the rural area, 80% of them don't have government issued ID. Their address are not like structured like the way the urban centers are. All right. And same thing with young people in the slums. They have no address, and most of them have no government issued ID. And I can bet you that they are more in number, right? And this also ties into rural urban migration, right? Now, during the NSAS, we also saw what happened. And they kept calling them hoodlums, right? These are young people that sleep at the bus stops, young people that sleep in the motor parks. How do we emancipate those young people? And they are more in number than young people who have government issued ID that have access to these empowerment programs that we all see every day. There's a huge gap here. And it's also a time bomb waiting to explode. Mm-hmm. If we don't start designing programs for this demography, I foresee a very huge problem facing Nigeria. Because when it's time, these young people will explode. And the NSAS protest will be a child's play when it does, right? So there should be programs, there should be meaningful conversations going on. How do we reach these unreachable people? Not as if they are unreachable. We know where they are, but there are no programs targeting them. All empowerment programs are focused on the urban areas. Why? I've kept asking myself why. And that's why I launched the Enugu Youth Entrepreneurship Network. And I'm also coming up with a foundation for social innovation so that we can do a little bit of social engineering where we can reach these young people who are not reached. There's no empowerment programs for that are targeted at them. So it's high time we begin to design programs that will reach these young people. Because if we say Nigeria is made up of 200 million people, right, so to speak, and up to 70% of Nigerian population is between the ages of 16 to 35. I can bet you that young people in the rural areas and the ghettos and the slums make up more than half of that number. So how do we reach them? How do we design programs for them as well? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and even the ones that are out of school as well, they also fall within those categories. So very interesting, like you mentioned, having social programs that are targeted at those specific kind of youth or population. So how you mentioned having guidance for these youth and resources. So when you talk about resources, what kind of resources are you talking about?
Okay, I'm talking about resources like this platform, resources like those EDC are given. Because what I realize is there are opportunities, but majority of these young people are not even aware that these opportunities exist. So, okay, you find a young person starting a business, but he or she doesn't have what it takes to run that business. So give him a year or two, the business is going down the drain. That person needs, what it takes, the knowledge of how to run that business, access to capital. When you meet all of them, you ask them, what's your challenge? Majority of them is capital, the resources. So some of these resources are there. They are available, but how to access these resources is a challenge. You find out that I tell people like, okay, majority of people in the Southwest, they are, or in the South generally, you understand, they have access to these resources. They have the information that these things are happening. For example, let me give you this example. Okay, the Bank of Industry has been giving out this grant, the big portal. It has been going on for long, and I never knew such thing existed till I attended a program in Lagos in 2014, and someone was telling me about it. She has accessed this loan over 3 years ago. So you see, this is the gap that we are identifying, and we're creating the awareness and telling our young people that, okay, if you're doing this, if this is what you want to do, this is how to do it. This is available. Like opportunities available at EDC. Like for the last 5 years, anytime I see anything going on with EDC, I try as much as possible to link up young people and tell them that this is a platform for you to belong if you want to grow a business that is sustainable. So these are the type of, opportunities that we connect young people to. Not only this type of opportunities across board. It could be educational opportunities. It could be so many opportunities that are available out there, but we're not aware. So the problem is not having these programs, but these young people should be aware that such things are there for them to leverage. Like you rightly mentioned, okay, these people that are not captured, that segment that are being marginalized, whether we like it or not, we need people that capture them. The government cannot do it alone. So all these young people in the cities, if they can be empowered to engage those in the rural area, we'll be able to make headway. Because whether we like it or not, we have to make the sacrifice. We have to go out of our way to create these opportunities for those unemployed, marginalized young people. So the type of opportunities I try as much as possible to give these young people is so. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I said the kind of opportunities that we give these young people cannot be counted. They are out there. So anytime we come across this, we try as much as possible. We organize programs, we engage them, we connect them to mentors, we connect them to resources, we connect them to anything that we feel is going to empower them for them to, invest in themselves and impact their communities.
Okay. Thank you very much, Hawa. I'm glad that you clarified that, because when you talk about resources, people just assume that resources is funding, access to funding.
No, it's not necessarily funding.
Exactly.
Yes. It could be knowledge.
Yes, knowledge and information.
Mentorship. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Mentorship. Yes, yeah. Definitely. And with, that kind of support in terms of mentorship, youth nowadays, they actually look for, how do they actually access those kind of support like mentorship? Because it is one thing for them to be actually, running a business, but it's also another thing for them to be able to be guided so that they don't make maybe mistakes within as they go along.
Yes.
So how do they access mentorship, for example?
Okay, how they access mentors is that we connect them with these mentors. For example, okay, there's this program that we just started from my own initiative, is the SME online marketplace. I realized, okay, we've been encouraging young people to start businesses, but whether we like it or not, the market is not there for those that are just starting. So I use my platform to, bring these young people. We create a marketplace for them online, for them to be able to market their products. So along the line, we now engage established entrepreneurs, those that have been doing it before, and we now engage them and we plead with them to please come on board and join us. So, okay, there's kind of an onboarding program that we just started, for example. Every week we engage 5 to 10 young entrepreneurs. And as we, give them the opportunity to market their products on our platforms, we now connect them with people in their various spaces. For example, a fashion designer that is just starting, we connect her with an already established fashion designer. If a girl is doing makeup, she's on our platform, you understand. If she's into catering, we try to connect them. If she's into service-based businesses, we connect them with people that are already doing it, for them to guide them, for them to show them how it's been done over the years and how they're able to be successful. So these are some of the few ways that in our own way, we've been able to connect these young people, with mentors that are supporting them to run businesses that are sustainable.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. And like she rightly mentioned, even mentors do not have to be in your line of industry or within your industry. It can be somebody that you're looking up to or that is doing well and you would like to aspire to become also, in that kind of field. So Ezenwa, I would like to ask you, so, we hear a lot about advising youth to follow their passion, but sometimes passion is not enough to run a business. So, Dangote is not passionate about, cement and, sugar and all that. So how is having passion and running a business, how do they go? What would you advise youth that, want to chase their passion?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Well, my wife has a mantra for her organization. I sit on the board of her organization called Street Project Foundation. It's a youth development organization. And they have a mantra that says, do what you love, right? Right. So you can build upon your passion. Passion is not enough and will never be enough. If you don't go out of your comfort zone, right? Deploy your creativity, deploy your innovativeness, and being resourceful. These are 3 key elements that will set you aside and turn your passion into an enterprise, right? So young people out there should endeavor to understand the fact that passion can only take you so far, right? There are other things, there are other ingredients needed for you to be a force to be reckoned with, for you to be able to meet up with your aspirations or being an entrepreneur or a business owner or a problem solver, right? You have to be resourceful. You have to know how to research. Thank God for Google. This current generation, we call it Gen Z. The internet is there for you to research, but you see a lot of young people misusing the internet for frivolities. When you spend time on the internet, what do you actually do? What do you use your time for? Are you researching for opportunities like Hawa just mentioned? Because if you don't do it, nobody will do it for you. You can't sit in your comfort zone in your room and expect manna to fall from heaven or from help to come from, or people say they are praying for a helper to locate them. I really don't believe in that. You have to step out of your comfort zone. You have to make an effort. You have to be resourceful. You have to be creative the way you go about your business. And for me, like when I always use myself as an example, EDC groomed me, right? I went out of my way to find EDC. I was in SEM A2 when the SEM program was still new. I was in the second cohort of SEM, and I came in on a scholarship. And all the way from Enugu, I used my pocket money. Then there was no internet. I used my pocket money to buy newspapers every day to look for opportunities. And that's how I found a youth competition in Lagos. And I entered the competition, used night bus, my own money, to go to Lagos as young as I was then. Went to the competition, won it. And from there, I saw EDC. I got to learn about EDC. And that's how I applied for a scholarship to the SEM class. And that's how I got in. And ever since then, doors have been opening. So for me, that's how doors open. You have to make a move. You have to be resourceful. You have to search every nook and cranny for information. Information is key. Like my dad would always tell me when I was young, information changes the world. Nothing changes the world faster than information. So you have to go out of your own way to seek information and then leverage on that information, because it's one thing to find information and then you sit on it. And it's another whole ball game for you to go after it and leverage it to the best of your ability. And it has worked for me. So why won't it work for you out there, young people who are listening? It will definitely work for you if you leverage information out there. There's a lot of information flowing left, right, center. How are you tapping into it? How are you leveraging it to make a difference for yourself and your community? Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Ezenwa. And I mean, like when you were looking for all this information, you were using newspaper, but now we're in a digital era whereby information is there. So a question for both of you. So you have both participated in various fellowships and have accessed grants and things like that, scholarships. So how easy is it for youth to be able to access these kind of things?
Well, it's not easy. To begin with, it's not easy. And as he rightly said, it's about the effective use of resources. And these days, as I always tell young people, it's not about the technology, but the usage of the technology. How well do you use it? Okay, let me give you this story. As a staff of the NYSC, and I'm always, handling the lectures, I'm always part of the lecture committee. And one of the dilemma we're being faced every day is core members finding it difficult to drop their headset every time we're having lectures. So the question I ask them is, how much do you invest in your data monthly? And majority of them, they cannot account for that. In a year, how much do you spend on data? And they cannot account for that. And I tell them that I use myself as a case study for you to understand how important it is for you to use your data effectively. And I tell them that this is the amount I spend. And every year I make sure that I benefit in an opportunity that I cannot pay for. And I gave them an example from 2015 to 2019. Every year, 2015, I made it to the Tony Elumelu Foundation. 2016, I made it to the Mandela Washington Fellowship. 2018, I made it to 2017, I made it to the British Council Future Leaders Connect. 2018, I made the Gates Foundation Goalkeepers. And 2019, I also made the Global Goals Ambassadorship platform. So I tell them that it's not easy, but when you're consistent, when you're resourceful, as he said, resourceful, I mean knowledgeable in what you're doing. You go out of your way to research, whatever you're doing, you keep building, you keep investing in it. And don't be afraid to ask questions. I tell them that, okay, I've been applying for the Mandela Washington Fellowship since the year it started, but I didn't make it till 2016. I keep going back to my questions, to the questions and improving on it every year. What is it that I'm doing wrong? And by the side improving myself, I don't stay stagnant. I keep improving. I keep investing in myself. I tell them, you don't stay stagnant. You keep reinventing. Invest in yourself. Every conferences I see the opportunity to attend, I attend. Every workshops. People were even laughing at me, how every day, today she's in Lagos, tomorrow she's in Abuja, next tomorrow she's in Kano. But I know it's paying off. So for you to access these grants, you have to have the knowledge of what they are looking for, and you have to be productive, and you have to have one thing our young people don't want to do is volunteerism. Most of these grants, most of these opportunities, you can't leverage them if you don't know how to give back to the community. So you have to be willing to sacrifice. You have to be able to give back, invest in your own community. Some of these opportunities, for you to leverage them, they have to see a track record of what you've done. So if you can't prove that, there's no way you can get in. And that is not being done by you sitting in your home. It's done by you going out to look at the problems in your society and providing solutions to them. That is the way you get to, leverage these opportunities. And one thing is this, the sacrifice. You may not reap it now. Let me tell you people one thing, the young people listening. Some people have been making jest of me for promoting one particular, initiative. And in the last 4 years, they've recognized the work that I've been doing. And whenever every opportunity comes up, I don't need to apply. Because of the sacrifice I've been doing, my name comes tops because they know, okay, this is somebody we can trust with this job. So whether I apply or not, when you do the work, EDC, for example, I know today if I apply for anything that is passing through EDC, they have the belief that I'm going to make it. So the work I'm going to do is going to be minimal to someone that has never been there before. So for young people to get there, you have to sacrifice, you have to invest in yourself, you have to do the work. Yes, you have to do the work. It doesn't happen overnight. Yes, some people get people to write proposals for them, but along the way, the interview stage, some of them can't prove it. So it's about investing in yourself. It's about, the networks. Yes, leveraging the network, and about committing to developing your society, find the problems, sacrifice, and find ways of giving back to your community. These are some of the ways that you get to leverage these grants and opportunities.
Thank you very much, Hawa, for that. And like she mentioned, you can actually make social impact within your environment and still be profitable. So don't think that if you're creating social impact, you cannot still make money from it or from your business. So Ezenwa, over to you. How about you? How were you able to access all that you have access?
Yeah, like Hawa just said, I mean, her story is similar to mine. When I was young, like I spent my own money, my own savings, running helter skelter, looking for seminars, looking for workshops. And my friends were like, you must be crazy. Today you are in Owerri, tomorrow you are in Lagos, next tomorrow you are in Abuja. I'm all over the place because I was attending workshops after workshops with my own money. That gave me so much satisfaction and joy that I was spending my money on this for self-development. And at the end of the day, I started reaping the benefits of all that. I've been all over the world on different fellowships and scholarships. And it's amazing how it works. If you put in the work, be rest assured you are going to reap the rewards afterwards. And I will be glad to say this to young people listening to me. As per grants, I went from doing $1,000 grants to doing $5,000 grants, right? There's a trajectory. You can't jump from point A to point B. I went from, I have to prove myself with $1,000. I had to prove myself with $5,000. And then I started getting $50,000. And after today, I'm doing 200,000 euros on a yearly basis. So there's a trajectory, and you have to prove yourself before grantors can trust you with their money. And again, you have to be ready to get rejection emails on a regular. This morning, as I'm speaking to you, I got 3 rejection emails telling me, unfortunately, we can't, such emails are regular. And for me, it's a building block.
Yeah, it is.
I use it as building block. I don't throw my hands in the air and say, oh, I wrote this grant for like the past 1 month and I'm getting rejection. I can't do this anymore. It will give me heart attack. No. If you're not ready to take no for an answer, you are not, don't come in this, don't even attempt grant writing. You have to have a shock absorber when people say no to you. Then you come back 10 times stronger when you receive no as an answer. And that's the way I built myself over the years. So when people see me receiving grants left, right, center, they think, oh, it's luck. No, there's no luck in this. There is nothing like luck in this game of life. You have to be prepared. You have to work for it. You have to pay your dues. And paying your dues means time has to deal with you. Time will season you. And at the end of the tunnel, that's when you see the daylight. So my word for you today is perseverance. You have to persevere. You have to have the staying power for you to thrive in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So when you were saying all this, something came to my mind. Of course, you guys were self-resilient and you guys could take no. For some people, saying no would just demotivate them and would have them just not continue. So for those kind of people, for those youths who are scared to keep trying, what's your advice for them?
Well, my advice to them is don't give up. I give myself an example. There's this particular opportunity I've been applying for. This year is the 10th year, and I submitted my application. So you have to be ready. You have to, if you really want it, you have to stay focused and you have to keep going back to the drawing board. Unless if you don't want it, yes, you keep receiving the no emails, you keep receiving the no, yes, but then if you really want it, you have to keep asking yourself, where am I getting it wrong and how do I get it right? Is it for me to, meet my mentors or meet someone in the field that knows it very well that will guide me? Or is it, me changing the direction completely? Because you find out that there are some opportunities that you need to entirely change is it not the focus, but yes, the focus in which you're going. For example, the Mandela Washington Fellowship, when I applied from the beginning, I applied as a public servant. I used, my day job for it. And I didn't get it. I kept applying for it. And I said, wow, there's this entrepreneurship track and I run this social enterprise, this business and social enterprise of mine. Why not use it? And I used it for the first time. And that was what, got me in. So you can't be rigid. You have to be flexible. You have to, be ready to, when things are not working this way, you have to be able to adjust and see how you can get it right. So for young people out there, don't be deterred. It's not easy because, like he rightly said, it's not easy, particularly for the grants. You need to have due diligence. You have to be accountable. There has to be an accounting mechanism. It's not just you collecting money and, just going. No, you have to be able to account for what's coming in. So it doesn't come easy for them to trust you with funding you to, carry out, is it a business or is it a social work you're doing? You have to be able to show that, yes, you're capable of doing that and you can be trusted. So you need to be trustworthy, you need to be diligent, and you have to keep pushing because the no's will keep coming. But so far as you know where you're going, for me, at a point, I was even told I was too ambitious because I was everywhere. But then because I know where I want to be, I have my long-term plans that will not deter me. So they shouldn't be deterred. They should remain focused and keep reinventing themselves. That will definitely give them access to such platforms.
Thank you very much, Hawa. So you mentioned lastly, having long-term plans. So I'm sure most youths, they just, if it's their passion they're running, they basically just go with it without having a sight for what they want their business to be in the future. So having short-term plans and long-term plans is very critical for any type of business, be it you're doing a business for yourself or even working in an organization. So having that long-term plan would enable you to actually achieve more. And then one of the other things that I also noted is also having these various grants. Of course, they're for different types of organization. So even using the same type of application format, for example, a pitch deck would not work for all types of grant opportunities or all type of events, right? Everyone, can
Okay.
you take us through that?
All right. So sorry, let me digress a bit. Before I answer this question, the other question you asked that Hawa spoke on, let me expatiate on it a bit. If I crave your indulgence for that, because young people listening to me, they might take a thing or two out of this. Now, how good are you a networker? How good are you in networking? I consider myself a serial networker. Now, I only need one opportunity. I only need a door to be opened for me, however slightly ajar. Once I get in, believe you me, I will use my networking abilities to unlock more opportunities for myself with just one opportunity. For example, in all the fellowships I've attended, be it in Israel or the US or Germany or across the world, once I get there, I use my networking abilities to unlock further partnerships, further collaborations. As of today, the networks I've been able to establish across the world, they are all coming in handy these days. Okay, so you need to be a serial networker. You need to sharpen your networking skills, because it will take you a long way, and it will help you unlock further opportunities down the road. Now, back to your question. See, I have a folder that I have for the past 5-6 years. All the rejection emails I've gotten, all the applications that I've done that didn't scale through, there's a folder I unpack all of them. And guess what? From time to time, I go to that folder and build upon it. All the ideas that are packed in that folder, I've been able to rework it and use it to access other grants. There is no one size, fits all, as the saying goes, right? You have to, like Hawa said, you have to reinvent yourself. And for you to reinvent yourself, you have to first of all even know what are your capabilities and where do you fall short, and then use self-development to catch up, to build yourself, right? To fill the gaps, right? And then every opportunity you go for and you don't get it, don't cry, don't beat yourself up. It is human to feel sad, it is human to feel disappointed, but it should be a motivating force for you to build upon. That's the way it worked for me. That's the compass that I use to navigate my way. And I often go to that folder, build up on all those proposals that I've sent in that didn't work. I keep reworking them. I keep adding new elements. I learn new things every day from people around me, from networking. And I come back and I sharpen those proposals. And some of them has flew that, beyond my widest imagination, that this proposal that failed previously can now be presented for another opportunity, and it scales through. So you have to be resourceful. That's where your resourcefulness comes in. That's where your creativity comes in. That's where your innovativeness comes in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ezenwa, on that. And so it's always critical to also keep copies of, if you're applying for these things, keep copies so that you're also able to fine tune them as you go along. So I'd just like to open up the floor now for some questions. We have a few in the chat box. So Mohammed Mahmoud says, as a startup or entrepreneur, which is the best way to invest in the business? To start with little capital at hand, go and borrow money and invest large? So anyone can take that question.
Okay, I'll take that. But before I start, let me just share a testimony with them. The importance of saving your applications. Okay, my first encounter with EDC. The application, I was told of the application the night it was closing. That was the Easy Business Millionaires Hunt program. I was told about it the night it was closing. And I just went to one of my saved applications and I just picked a paragraph that spoke about my unique set, my value proposition, actually. that was what I just used to apply for the EDC program that year. And to my surprise, I made it to the first 200 that were going to be interviewed. And like Ezinwa said, you have to step out of your comfort zone. I remember I was in Kaduna, but when the interview was scheduled, I was asked to do it online. If I wanted to, I could, choose to do it online, but I said no. I traveled to Lagos. And when I came in, they were all surprised. You could have done it online, but it showed them the commitment in me and how passionate I was about what I was doing. I came in from Kaduna for that interview. And before I left that place, in me, I felt it that I've made it to the top 50. So you have to be able to, step out of your comfort zone for you to get what you want. So as he asks that, okay, is it better for you to, start with small, or you just borrow money and you start big? Sincerely speaking, from my own experience, I would say it's better you start small and then you grow, you expand as you go along the way, because all the mistakes you're going to make them with someone's money. If you start big, you don't know how the terrain is, because majority of the young people today, they do business simply because, okay, social sector is now in vogue, everybody is now an entrepreneur, so you don't actually know how the business is being done. You just think people just keep getting the alert, keep making the sales without knowing how the background. It's not easy. It doesn't happen overnight. For me, it was that mistake I made. Had it been I knew what I knew, I would have gone far. But because I made those assumptions, all the savings and everything, I just went into production. But no, start small. I tell young people now, if you can intern with someone, go and humble yourself, intern with someone, learn the ropes, so that when you have your own money, when you're starting, all the mistakes you've seen, the mistake that person made, you're not going to make them. I always give example of, Eju, the fashion designer. You see, many people, aside from schooling fashion designing, she was an intern in one of these top fashion houses in Lagos. And today, look at the waves she's making all around. So humble yourself, invest, start small and grow, expand as you move. So don't start with big money. No, start with small, see how it's been done, and then you grow as you move. That's my advice.
Thank you very much, Hawa. So Jibril Yunusa has a question. My question goes to Hawa. Since there's emphasis on NYSC, he served in 2019 in Oshun, where he acquired paint production skills. After his service, he couldn't get a job, but this paint production has been his source of survival. He has been applying for loans and grants, but due to one or two reasons, he can't access. So is there any way that there are genuine opportunities that he can access to expand his business and also create employment opportunities for other youths? So Jibril.
Okay, Jibril, I think maybe if you can just send me a DM, we can take the conversation better there. But yes, there are so many opportunities out there that you can access. But I would like to talk here. What I would like to say here is that many of you don't get to access these grants or loans because your businesses are not properly structured. You keep complaining there are no opportunities, but ask yourself, is my business really structured? Am I registered with the relevant agencies? Do I have the CAC? Do you have a bankable account? There are so many things that these people ask for before they give you this grant. So do you have them? Many just do businesses with their own personal accounts. It's not done that way. Nobody is going to fund you with that attitude. So you have to register. If it's a food business, you have to register with NAFDAC. You have to get all the necessary registration done. So whatever sector you are dealing in, find out. That's why I said mentors are very, very crucial. They are very, very important. They're going to guide you. So for this question you asked, I would say, okay, for the sector you mentioned, I'm new to it, but I think I will be able to, mentor you and guide you. I'll volunteer to do that for a limited time. You can send me a DM or you can drop your details here and I'll take it and we can take the conversation further. I'll see how I can assist you and guide you appropriately for you to be able to, upgrade your business and make it sustainable.
Amazing. Thank you, Hawa, for that. And also, Jibril, you can also apply for the Transforming Nigerian Youth Program. It's for youths who have skills available and then they would like to grow their business. So, Ezenwa, Abdulhadi Aminu asks, why are many banks not willing to give startups loans? Can you please help us with that?
Okay. It's so sad we live in a country where, SMEs are just being paid lip service. abroad, there's something they call patient capital, right? Funding that is targeted at, young people who are still ideating, right? Funding that will enable them make mistakes, because definitely they will falter and get back on their feet. So it's a shame and a pity that we don't have such here. And even when they say they do, out of 200 million people, when they empower 2,000 people, I mean, all the newspapers and the radio houses will be awash with media hype of that they are doing this for SMEs and they are doing that. But actually, it's just a drop in the ocean. Okay, so you have to find a way around it. You cannot wait for them, right? You have to find a way. That's where your creativity comes in. You can't depend on this type of finance there are no low hanging fruits here, so to speak, except you have somebody who has a long leg that will do the long leg, that will do the long work for you to be able to access this federal government subsidized loans, because that's the only loan that you as an SME can actually handle. You can't go to a commercial bank and say you want a loan. You can't do that. And I advise you don't even do that. Otherwise, you will be bogged down from now to the next 5 to 10 years, repaying back the loan. And worst comes to worst, they might even take away your properties. That's if you have the collateral to even start with. So those kind of funding are not meant for you. Avoid the commercial banks for now, right? Do everything you can to enroll in programs like the one EDC is running now, because these are the low-hanging fruits that you can start with, okay? And then use your resourcefulness to seek out other opportunities that are similar to the ones EDC are running. For example, I started off with my own savings, right, of 80,000 Naira. And with 80,000 Naira, I started a fish farm. I was very, very young then. And then the Enugu State Ministry of Youth said they are doing a competition. I enrolled for the competition. And for the fact that I have something to show, however small it was, they were so impressed that I even used my own money to even start it at a very minute micro scale. And I got a grant of 300,000 Naira from them. And we were 12 of us that was given 300,000 Naira each. And guess what? The rest of us went to buy cars with this 300,000 Naira. I was the only person that invested that 300,000 Naira back into the fish farm business. And in 3 months' time, the Federal Ministry of Youth in Abuja said they want to go around to see what these people that at the state level, they were giving 300,000, what have they been doing? That's how another big door opened for me, because when they came to Enugu, I was able to show the mileage I've been able to do from 80,000 to 300,000. And they were so impressed that I got a check of 600,000 Naira on the spot. And the rest who were busy buying cars and throwing parties and, that was the end of, that was the end of the road for them. So for me, you have to use one little opportunity to unlock the other.
Yes.
Okay. So
thank you very much.
Programs like the one EDC is running.
Yes, and Halima, I think if I can add something, like actually these entrepreneurs that are just starting, matter of fact is they don't need huge money. What they need is something medium. And like for us, I remember like 4 or 5 years ago, like this networking of a thing is really, really important. Like in Kaduna, there is, we build this community of women entrepreneurs that we ask ourselves that it's difficult for us to access loans. And all of us, we need money at that point in time. So I think about a group of us, 6 or 7 of us came together and decided to contribute monthly. And we're able to contribute 1,000,000, I think 600 for everyone monthly. And the moment we did that, everybody was okay. We did it one round. Every month, this person will take, the next month, this one will take. And by the 7th month, we were done with it. So like when you have a network of people that support each other, when you build this kind of ecosystem, you can come together and empower each other. You don't need the government alone to do it for you. You can do it on your own. When you make that sacrifice, when you network correctly, so anywhere you are, meet the right people doing business and delve into that ecosystem. You can leverage that ecosystem. You can leverage that platform, connect with people, network, and be trustworthy. When you are in that type of community, they'll be able to help you. You can help each other. So we did that, I think, in 2017, 2018. And all of us, we were happy at the end of the day. Because for me, I remember I expanded, I bought machines with my money. That was what I did then.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Hawa, for that. So Ezenwa, we have two questions. Ifeanyi and Abdullahi ask, how does a young entrepreneur differentiate from fake offers or scares when applying for online opportunities, such as webinars and scholarships?
Okay, I think social media and the explosion of the internet, the information superhighway has made it imperative that there are good things that comes with it, and there are negative things that also comes along with it. For me, any person who is genuine in doing youth work or youth development, they don't usually collect money, like say pay so amount for you to register. For example, this EDC program with MasterCard, nobody's collecting any dime from you. Yeah. That's how you know the authenticity of people who are really out there to help the young people. Yeah, so for me, the first red light, the first red light that should go off in your head is if they start charging you money for you to pay, for you to be empowered, my dear, run. There's nothing there for you. Not to say that there are not genuine ones out there, but you have to do your research for you to authenticate whatever offers or whatever opportunities that you see out there. The internet is so vast, people put up a lot of fake stuff just to swindle people. So you have to be very, very, very careful. Online safety is the watchword right now. There's a lot of fake news, so many things that are floating online. Do your own due diligence. Conduct your own due diligence to ascertain who are the real people doing youth empowerment in Nigeria and who are the fake ones, just for you to be on the safe side.
All right, thank you very much, Ezenwa, for that. So we have a question from Osato, the final question. So Osato wants to know, speaking on leveraging on connections, how do you connect to someone in a very far upper position than you that you want to mentor or at least become close to? What should one say? Because at times, when looking at as a way to connect with them, you're also looking at how people can help as well. So how does one know what value you can provide and the other party makes the connection flow?
Get off your feet. Get your head in the game. You have to start attending conferences. You have to start attending seminars. You have to start attending workshops. That's where you will meet those kind of people. People you see on TV, or you read about them in the newspaper, or you see them on social media. The only way you can get access to them is if you leave your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Seek opportunities, access to workshops, seminars, and conferences and forums. Yes. Forums where you will gain access to see these people one-on-one. And even while gaining access to these forums, that is even where your networking skills come into play. Yeah. You have to go and if you don't know how to network, if it seems like a big deal to you, like you can't fathom it, you go and learn it. It's something you can learn, just like driving a car. Some people are scared to drive a car, but once you get your head into it and you learn it, you will master it. So do that. I did the same, and every forum I'm opportune to attend or have access to, I make sure I don't leave that forum without networking as many people that I can. Because at the end of the day, it goes a long way to open, like I said, unlocking more opportunities for you. Have meaningful conversations. You can approach people for mentorship. As long as you are genuine, you are authentic, you are not there to start bugging them for money or for frivolities. If they see the seriousness in you, they will take you serious. That's how I
Yes.
started as a young boy. I because I was going to conferences and all these seminars, I was able to approach big time people that I read in the newspaper. I see them on TV, but going to conferences, paying money, my own savings as a young person gave me that access to speak to them, to approach them with confidence and speak and introduce myself in a way that they are like, I love this young man. Let's connect. And from there, things start happening. They start introducing me to other opportunities that I never knew existed. Okay. And then you don't have to have that fear. I give you an example. We were in Washington, D.C. during the fellowship, and because we are the inaugural fellows, we were the first set of fellows on the fellowship. The then president, Goodluck Jonathan, came to Washington, D.C. because President Obama had a conference for all the African presidents to visit him in D.C. So he used that opportunity to meet with us at the Nigerian embassy with the Nigerian ambassador. So there was this luncheon that they set up for us. And incidentally, Dangote, Jim Ovie, name them, all of them were on his entourage, the CBN governor. All of us were seated in the same space. And I'm like, what? How can I leave this place without networking these people? Some of us were timid. Some of us were afraid. Believe it or not, some of us were afraid. But not me. Not me. I got the CBN's governor's attention there and there. And by the time I loaded his eardrums with my stories, he gave me an appointment. As soon as I come back, I should come to see him in Abuja. And that's what happened.
All you needed just
and I cannot even begin to tell you what came out of that meeting.
Wow.
So
okay, Halima, if I can just share an experience. When I say invest in yourself, I really mean it. You see, okay, some of these opportunities are partially funded. For me, if I see anything that is fully funded or partially funded, I fund myself. In 2018, I attended the Commonwealth Forum in UK. And there at the forum, I met the executive director of the Export Promotion Council. And funny enough, that was in May, in April. In May, ending May, I attended another one in New York at the United Nations. And there was this program that was going on in New York, and he met me again there. And he was like, wow, this young girl must know what she's doing. And I got his, I got his contact and everything, and I booked an appointment. And like Ezinwa said, when I got back to Nigeria, I went to meet him, and he recommended me for a trade fair that was going to take place in Egypt, So when you demonstrate your seriousness, these people are not people from the space. They're people they are people just like you. And when you demonstrate your seriousness, when they see that you are committed to, doing what you're doing, they give you that opportunity. So you have to step out of your comfort zone. You have to demonstrate your capacity and your competencies, and these people will believe in you and give you the window for you to showcase what you have.
Yes. Thank you very much, Hawa and Ezenwa, for that. So I'll just like you to just give us your final advice in a sentence for young entrepreneurs and youths, and also those that are pitching today. Just what would you advise them going forward?
Well, for me, I would tell them, if you're aspiring to become an entrepreneur, you will never be ready. Dangote is still looking for money. He's still investing and he's still doing things. So you will never be ready if you keep saying till you're ready. So my advice to them is to start where you are, start with what you have, and you grow as you go. Best of luck.
Thank you very much, Ezenwa.
All right, for me, I would say, like I said at the beginning, please, as a matter of urgency, find a nexus to align your entrepreneurship goals to social impact. Don't let it come across like you are here for commercial purposes only. It's fine, even if that's what you are, but make an effort to link your entrepreneurship aspirations to connect with the social impact of your choice. Look at the SDGs. Look at the SDGs. Find a way to connect what you have in mind, the idea you have, connect it to one or more of the SDGs. I guarantee you, you will be better off for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ezenwa, for that. So with all our conversations going on, I just wrote an acronym. So PYRIC V, so be productive, be innovative, be resourceful, research, be creative, and also if you have an opportunity, volunteer. So the conversation doesn't stop here. Please, you can continue chatting on the chat box and also follow them for more conversations. So thank you very much to my panelists for sharing the insights with these young entrepreneurs and also future entrepreneurs. Thank you very much for your time. So after this session, we'll have the pitching component as well. So kindly hold on to your seats as we transition to that. Thank you once again, Hawa and Ezenwa.
Thank you, Halima.
All right.
Hawa, good to see you. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you can hear me, can you just type yes in the chat box? Okay, yeah, so welcome to, okay, so we'll be starting the pitching section very soon. So already we have our judges here. We have Mr. Edward Esene. Mr. Edward, good afternoon. Okay, so we have Mrs. Funsho Chikeze. Hello, ma, good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, everyone.
So we have Mrs. Noye.
Good afternoon.
We have Mr. Sheung Fajembe. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Yinka. How are you doing?
I'm fine, sir. So we have Mr. Ogo Emore also here. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Yinka. Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay. So we already have the participant pitching here. So they have 2 minutes to pitch and 2 minutes for question and answer. So at the end of this pitch, we have 15 of them. At the end, we have the first, the winner will be going home with 500,000 naira. Second place will go into 350, while the third place will be going out with 200,000 naira. So I'll be making, let me just, okay. So the first person that is pitching today is Austin. So Austin, if you can just, can you unmute yourself? Austin?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Sorry,
okay.
My network went off a bit now. I'm back.
Okay. So are you ready?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so judges, are you ready?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So Austin.
Okay. Do I need to have my video on?
Yes.
Okay.
Please put on your
Okay,
video
hold
so
on.
we can
Let me
see you.
just-
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, just a minute. Okay, great. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. So
Okay,
your
good
2 minutes
afternoon.
starts now. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Austin Amuze from Carlsberg Global Limited, a footwear making company. Now, Carlsberg Global Limited designs and makes all types of quality, durable, and affordable footwear. And we've been able to build our brand of product to surpass the expectations of our customers, especially those who buy with the hope of reselling to others within and outside Nigeria. Now, our brands of shoes are specially made to last with high quality and style that can fit for any occasion. Now we realize the problem that most locally made shoes are built with substandard materials and have poor finishing, which has made many Nigerians under-patronize and underprice them. And this has led to a second problem of overdependence on foreign-made shoes. And over 95% of Nigerians prefer to wear a foreign-made shoe, which has created such dependency that has not only negatively affected our economy, but also enriching other nations who have now made Nigeria a dumping ground for most of their low-quality but expensive footwear. So with this in mind, we went extra miles to perfect our craft and to make our shoes with the Nigerian environment in art. And with our brands of locally made footwear, Nigerians will feel proud to wear a made in Nigerian shoe brand built for the Nigerian economy with the best quality, durable materials, creative designs, and yet affordable. At Carlsberg, creativity is a lifestyle, and we make all types of classic quality, durable, and affordable footwear in various styles that can fit any occasion. And we also offer customized shoe service where customers can request for a specific type of shoe to be done for him or her. And we are proud to say that we have the potential to kiss foreign-made shoes goodbye. Currently, we have up to...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Austin. Your time is up.
Thank you.
So, judges, do you have any questions for Austin?
Okay.
Austin, have you?
Hello, Austin. Oh.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Shep. Okay, Austin, have you started business? Have you actually started making these shoes?
Yes. We have, like the picture and video we sent, you can see even our workshop, we have stars, we have several machines, and I can tell you our shoes are of the best quality. We've gone to different places, even the Standard Organization of Nigeria have confirmed it that it's far outdone and outbeat even imported shoes. And we have several samples that we can present. And I can drop a link here to see some of our samples also online.
All right.
Okay, so Austin, how are you doing?
I'm great. Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, good one. Austin, I just wanted to confirm, you spoke about your shoes being sold to people who intend to resell. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so you target the retailers, not the direct consumer as such.
No, we actually target both, but now most people, because of the quality of what we do, also come to buy with the hope of reselling. We have people who come to buy and they go to some of these online platforms. Some actually even take it outside the country. We have people who buy from here, take it to the US, to different places to sell.
That's good. So what are the people you target? Who's your target market specifically? The people that you expect to pay for these shoes?
Our target audience actually is we target both corporate individuals. We target normal individual going for occasion. Like we made the pricing so affordable that even the common man can afford a quality shoe that outbeats anything you can get from China, but yet very affordable, more affordable than the ones they import. So we target virtually anybody that can actually afford this very nice, decent shoe. Because we make all types of shoes for different we have some for people who are probably corporate individuals, some who want to just attend occasions, and even some for some specific outings like security and other stuff.
How do you sell them presently? Do you have some stores that you sell to, or I mean, for example, if I want to get your shoes now, how can I get your shoes?
Okay, we have our website, carlsberg.com, but it's currently under, it's open, but we are still working on some with design for it. But on our Instagram handle, Carlsberg_shoes, if you go to our Facebook at Carlsberg, and you can get our shoes from this place. We also we were actually on Jumia, but because of so much demand and it's a whole lot of things we could not miss. So now we just allow some of our retailers who can pick from us and also go there to be the ones to sell to these platforms. So if we're able to produce in large quantity, yeah, we can easily meet most of the demands in some of these online platforms.
That's all right. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, judges. So I would like to thank you, Austin. I'll bring on the next person now. So today, if you have a slide, you can just be ready. Once I call you, you just bring up your slide. So the next person is Oluwabusolami Ogunbono.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so your 2 minutes start now.
Okay, Raw Workshop is a place set up to teach fashion skills like tailoring, shoemaking, pattern drafting, fashion illustration, and other relevant fashion skills. This is to improve vocational skills according to SDG 4 goals and to reduce unemployment rates in our economy. We notice that most Nigerian graduates lack employability skills, and these skills are very relevant for them to gain employment in the industry. And we notice that no emphasis is laid on entrepreneurship in the school curriculum. How do we come in? We are to provide affordable and accessible relevant fashion skills like fashion designing, shoemaking, leather crafting, fashion illustration, bead making within schools and its surroundings. Our primary target markets are Unilag and Yaba Tech students because we are based around Unilag and Yaba Tech students, and most of our team are graduates of Unilag. And our secondary target markets are unemployment youths in Nigeria, and this sum up to 13.9 million according to Naira Matrix. Market opportunity. According to Infomino.com, the fashion industry in Africa worth $31 billion, with Nigeria contributing to 15%. And this industry has recorded an average growth of 17% since 2010. Our direct competitors are Zara Fashion, HQ Pattern Academy. These people are located around the school environment too. And our indirect target competitors are vocational schools around Yaba. Our competitive advantage is that we have plans to create course that is going to align with students' academic section, like flexible tempo that won't affect the students' academic works, and short online course that can be easily accessible and that can be learned from the comfort of their home, because large course on fashion designing now is very expensive. And we notice that most people can't afford that, and we are creating short courses that can be easily affordable at the comfort of their homes. We plan to make our profits through shoemaking courses, pattern drafting courses, fashion illustration courses.
Thank you very much, Oluwabusola. Your time is up. So judges, do you have any questions for her? So judges, maybe we'll just ask 2 or 3 questions because of time. We have about 15 people that are pitching today. Thank you.
Okay, can I know who your resource persons are and what type of courses do you teach?
Okay, let me start from myself in particular. I started fashion designing in 2013, since after secondary school. And since then up to this moment, I've been able to build myself up to the level that we can train. In 2017, I ventured into shoemaking too. And currently, I'm just through with my fashion illustration classes and pattern drafting classes, in just a way to build my skills. And aside that, before this initiative, we've been producing our products. We are into shoemaking and fashion designing, raw outfits and raw leather craft on Instagram, and we've been able to serve different clients. And we noticed that these clients and some other people come to us that, do you trade, do you do this? And I said, okay, let's just create an initiative whereby
okay, hold on, let me understand, because we don't have time. So what you basically train on is fashion designing and shoemaking.
Fashion skills basically, fashion designing, pattern drafting.
How many resource persons do you have?
We have 5 resource persons, man.
And what do they train on?
In particular, I train on fashion illustration and fashion designing. We have another person that train on pattern drafting, another person that train on shoemaking.
How many people have you trained cumulatively?
During the COVID, we were able to train 30 people online. And this year, we've been able to train 10 people, even though it has not been structured, it was not structured then. And we started when people came asking us, okay, Ro, do you train? You do shoemaking and your products are very nice. You should create an avenue where people train. And since we are within the school environment, we see it as an opportunity and a good target market to introduce entrepreneurship curriculum to our students, like our fellow classmates and students.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you, ma. Any other question? Just
Hi, Busola.
Hi.
Where do you recruit? How do you recruit your partners, the people, other trainers in the school? Where do you get them from?
Okay, thank you. I trained as a shoemaker as Agege. There's a particular area in Agege called Usubu area. Those places are the place where shoemaking skills, like where they learn shoemaking skills. So I have partners, females like me, that learn shoemaking, and we came together, okay, let's start doing this. But before then, I've been teaching people myself in the business of shoemaking. But
right,
not
hold on. Then how do you ensure that these people are the best? They have the best hands, or they have the required experience or talent to teach this?
All right, thank you, ma'am. It is divided into two. We have business of shoemaking, where we train people the business, how to gain entrance into the market, how to create a particular niche in the shoemaking industry. And we have the technical aspects where I personally take people to train at Agege, where they learn the shoemaking.
So in other words, you train your trainers?
Yes.
So you train
your
all right, great.
Train.
All right, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Oluwabusola. Okay, so we'll call the next person now. Okay. So Kayode, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay. My name is Kayode Fali. According to TRCN.
Could you be more audible, please?
Can you hear me?
No, can you just? Okay, yeah, it's better now. It's better now, yeah.
Okay. I said, according to TRCN, there are about 2 million registered teachers all over Nigeria. And this country needs about 250,000. According to them, this country needs about 250,000 teachers annually to meet its growing population of pupils all over Nigeria. So I thought about this idea of every year people write exams for TRCN. That's a qualifying exam to be a teacher. And people fail, majority fail, because even my first try, I failed. So because due to lack of material. So I wrote the second one this year, which I passed. And I thought about okay, what if there was a platform whereby people can practice? There's not enough materials. What if there was a platform where people can practice about 3,000 random questions? Because 3,000 random questions is what TRCN has. So I thought about it, and then we're thinking of creating an LMS to all people who are studying education in universities, colleges of education, who are coming to the teaching field to get these past questions, and then they can practice on it. And it will cost them about 1,000 naira on our platform. That's for one. And the second set of people who I'm targeting again is people who studied education. People who study education, who didn't study education, I mean, and they are coming into the education field, and we need to help them get maybe a postgraduate diploma in education, or a professional diploma in education from a college of education. So we're targeting these two people to create this into our LMS platform. Currently, we're registered. And what value proposition? We were trying to fill the knowledge gap in the teaching profession. And who are the people who are thinking to partner? We were thinking of partnering Ministry of Education, TRCN itself, Corona College of Education, and some other institutions that has to do with the education space. What are we currently trying to do right now? We're currently building our MVP to help people with past questions currently. And in my final note, I will just say this: no education system can go above its quality of its teachers. Thank you. That's just what I want to say.
Thank you very much, Kayode. Judges, do you have any question for Kayode?
Kayode, who are your competitors?
Currently, I don't have competitors. I've done my research, and the only people who might be competitors are TRC and themselves if they start selling past questions.
How do you get your past questions?
So it has been sourced over time. They've released past questions, random past questions in different aspects. Because the one I used, I sourced it from different aspects, from different schools, from my college now. That's where I finished from Faculty of Education. I sourced from one, and I sourced from other Faculty of Education.
When did you graduate?
I graduated 2019. I just finished my NYC last 2 weeks. The last 3 weeks, I mean.
How many people have you trained?
No, I'm not training people. I only help them in terms of passing the exam. Okay, I've trained like 5 people, which they've written their exam and they've passed. We've all read the exams together.
I'm done.
Through these materials, yes.
Hi, Kayode.
Okay.
I have a question for you on the chat group.
Okay.
My name is Edward. Good afternoon.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
So how do you digitize? Upload your questions?
Digitize, actually. Sorry, digitize.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we are working towards through the programmers, and the technical person is not here. So the technical person will be the one. So I'm to source for it, and I already sourced for it about 3,000 questions.
So you're not the technical person. You have no technical IT computer background to handle that aspect of your business.
I have an education background.
Do you see that as a problem? Would that be a gap?
No, I have a co-founder.
Okay. What's the role of the
co-founder is meant to be
co-founder
on
in the
call, but due
business?
to some things, yeah.
What's the role of the co-founder in the business? Is it?
Yeah,
is
it's
it,
the CTO.
Is
I have a
it
computer
CTO
science
vested?
background.
I know
What
it's
did
just
you say?
CTO. Is it a staff? Is your
Yes,
CTO a
yes,
staff
yes,
or the
yes.
person is vested?
No. The person is a staff. He's getting a share in the company.
That means the person is vested. Now he has a vested
Yes,
interest.
yes. I didn't hear that very well. Yes.
Okay. Okay. And you say you've not demoed, you've not even gotten, you're just at
Yes.
MVP.
I only did the physical one when I gathered materials to prepare people for exam, which they passed, and I passed through with the materials.
So you mentioned MVP. Before MVP, have you even done a POC, like a proof of concept at the moment? Do you have something on the web that somebody can look at and just demo?
No. The only thing I did was I haven't done that at all. So that's what my partner is working on, and we've bought domain name and some other things we already started working on.
What's the domain name?
Tetsudao.
Can you type the domain name? Let me look it up on the chat group. Thank you. That's all. Thank you, everybody.
Okay. So thank you, Kayode. Thank you, judges. So I'd like to invite the next person now, Adeniji Mustafa. Are you ready? Please unmute yourself. Okay, just hold on. Okay, can you unmute yourself now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear you?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes. Okay. So your 2 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Adeniji Mustafa of Zal Foods. 2015, while serving as a young core member, I did a one-man research in my host community as to what problem can I provide solutions to. After months of data collection, I discovered that an average Gwari man, which is a predominant tribe in Kuta, Shiro local government area of Niger State, loves taking sugary products. More reason you always find at least a mini Coca-Cola before in every town of the local government. I also realized that even with this heavy consumption, there are some age brackets that have been left out of the consumption radar just because they cannot readily afford the 80 to 100 naira products. These two inferences made me understand if I want to make full cash and I want to impact my community as an employer of labor, I must have a product that is sugary or tasty at the same time it must be affordable. Fast forward 3 years later, 2018, I founded Zal Foods, and Zal Popcorn is the first of our products. And this is the product. By the end of year 2019, we were able to capture all towns and villages in the local government through a well-articulated distribution channel. Despite COVID-19 lockdown restrictions and limitations in 2020, we were able to register our presence in 6 major towns and about 35 villages in Niger State. By the on our customer database is 15 major distributors, 75 wholesalers, and hundreds of retailers. In the last 18 months, we've sold over 25,000 bags of popcorn with a revenue of 4.5 million naira and a net profit of 3.5 million naira. These figures and values clearly shows that our product is actually a solution to a particular problem and has been widely accepted by our target audience, the children. After smashing previous milestones, our next milestone is to expand our market territory to neighboring North Central states like Kogi, Abuja, Kaduna, and Kwara. The fund from this competition will be used to get a moderate delivery van to aid our interstate movement and product supply. This will directly increase our sales and revenue by 300%. That is from present 270 bags of popcorn a day to 810 bags. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Mustafa. So any question for Mustafa from the judges?
Yeah. Mustafa, well done. What's the product?
The popcorn, actually, this is the first product, popcorn.
Popcorn?
Exactly, ma'am.
Oh, popcorn. Oh, what did you study?
What's the name of the business again? I didn't get the name of the business.
Zal Food, number 4 on the list.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. What did you study?
I studied biology.
Okay, so who is your partner? Your team, tell me about your team.
Actually, we are two in number. I am the CEO, while Adebi Baraka Sokoyemi, a full-size and technologist, is the COO. On our staff list is 4 female and 2 male staffs.
Okay, so she's in charge of quality control.
Exactly. While I as the CEO, I move out to sell and for marketing, while she stays at home to take
do the
over
production.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you.
Okay. What exactly are you looking out for? How much are you looking out for? What do you intend to use the money for?
Actually, the size, the amount for the delivery van is 2.5 million naira. But from the concept of this program, from the scope of this program, the first winner goes on with 1 million naira. So if we can get the 1 million naira, we can add up with what we want to buy a delivery van to aid our interstate movement from Niger State to neighboring states for our supply, for the supply of our wholesalers and distributors.
So you have 1.5 saved up. Sorry for jumping in, please. I'm sorry.
No problem. No problem.
You have 1.5 saved up.
Exactly, ma'am.
Okay. So any other question for Adeniji Mustafa?
Adeniji, who else is selling popcorn in the area where you are selling? Who are the major other popcorn sellers?
Actually, presently, we are the only popcorn company in Niger State, but we have other roadside vendors that sell to roadside workers. They operate more like a retailer, but we sell directly to our wholesalers and distributors. Why they get our product to our final consumers, which are the children. They sell their products in 50 naira and 100 naira size. Why they still sell in the untied nylon? At the end of the day, at the end of the maybe second or third hour, the popcorn gets softened. But with our product, it can use 2 months without losing its original taste. And that is our USP, our unique selling proposition. We are the only company in Niger State presently, but we have others that sell at the roadside in the shoe class.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's the price?
Actually, this is the 20 naira size, but they are packed in 30s. We sell to our distributors for 400 naira per 400 naira at 200 we sell to our distributors at 400 naira. Why the MOQ, the minimum order quantity, is 200 bags. We sell to our
no, I'm sorry, I'm okay. I just wanted the price of 1 pack, 20 naira, right?
No, a piece is 20 naira. Why the bag at wholesaler's price is 450.
It's okay. That's what I just wanted to know, the price, 20 naira. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you, Adeniji Mustafa. Any other question? Okay, so I'll call the next person now, Adeshola Esther. Esther, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, so your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Oyebode Adeshola Esther, Creative Director, DC Clothing and Business Enterprises. We are into we are into unisex tailoring services, as well as sales of fabrics and also sales of fashion accessories. Some months ago, an aunt of mine came into Nigeria and she needed to attend an event. It was an all Ankara party, but unfortunately for her, she could not attend because it was impromptu, and every tailor she contacted told her that they could not do what she wanted for them, simply because of the short time frame. So when she narrated that experience to me, I was able to identify a market in that aspect, because right now African print is now globally recognized all over the world by people irrespective of their culture or origin. So we intend to go into ready-to-wear Ankara shirts for women, ready-to-wear Iro and Buba for women, skirts, gown, as well as jackets. However, we have so many competitors in Lagos, Nigeria, like Nano's Creativity, we have Michi Women, and we also have Odeva. But our unique selling points will definitely make us to stand out, simply because we also intend to include the plus size women into our collections, as well as our timeliness as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Adeshola Esther. So any questions for Adeshola from our judges?
How many tailors are you?
We are 2.
So tell me, what's your industry is crowded. So I'm not clear with your penetration strategy. There are a lot of people doing what you are doing. So can you talk about how you are different?
Okay. I said it before that our unique selling point is the fact that we are going to be including the
plus sizes
women, yes, into
there
our
are people
collective,
doing plus sizes
well
already. So why would they why would plus sizes come to you? There are people doing for plus sizes already.
Yes, exactly. Actually, I can also tell you that not every tailor can sell for women who are on the plus size.
I'm done.
Can you hear me, ma?
I'm okay, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, ma.
Okay, so any other question for her?
Okay, Adeshola, where do you operate from at the moment? I'm looking at your picture. Are you at home? Are you in the shop?
Yes, I currently work from home.
From home. Yes. And what's your predominant line? Is it bespoke or ready to wear?
Both, sir.
Both, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Esther, how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this since 2020, early 2020.
Okay. So thank you very much, Adeshola Esther. Okay. So the next person is Osato Osenwinge.
Good afternoon.
Osato? Good afternoon. Okay.
Yes,
so are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So your
I beg, buy me kilishi when they come. Oh. You will agree with me.
Hello, Osato.
That's practically what anyone tells. 2014, because she had consumed bad kilishi. In 2016, the World Health Organization recorded over 300,000 deaths due to colorectal cancer that has been caused by consumption of bad processed kilishi. Now, at the last stage of kilishi production, there's a high rate of deforestation that is affecting the climate change. Hence, consumers like you and I have lost credibility in kilishi. Our target market are individuals between the ages of 21 to 40 who have an earning power of 15,000 naira and above. We have sold over 20,000 packs of our product to supermarkets, universities, NYSC camp, clubs, cinemas, and African stores that are abroad. Our products are uniquely designed to help address food poisoning in Nigeria, and we do this by using African grains and spices and standard compliance equipment to produce chicken kilishi, beef kilishi, and goat meat kilishi that are great immune boosters and also that are great immune boosters. Our business model will generate revenue B2B and B2C. Our products are NAFDAC approved. We have a staff strength of 10. We supply 97 stores in Nigeria. We also leverage on digital technology to supply stores abroad. We've also been nominated for awards because we have been able to help women and low-income communities in giving them sanitary pads. I have an amazing team of experts in finance, nutrition, and strategy, of which our combined years of experience is 30 years. Now, we want to state delivery to scale our business to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, Osato. So any question for her from the judges?
Osato, well done. Do you have somebody that did food science and tech on your team?
Yes, ma. I studied chemical engineering in school. I also have someone that did nutrition in school. And I have 6 years of experience working.
No, not nutrition. Not nutrition. I'm asking food science and tech. Do you have somebody that studied food science and tech on your team?
Yes, ma. Food science from FUNAB.
Is the person different from the person that studied nutrition?
No, it's the same person. She's the same person that studied nutrition, food science and tech from FUNAB.
So she studied 2 courses, food science and tech and nutrition.
No, I beg your pardon, that was a mistake. She studied food science and technology from FUNAB.
And not nutrition.
And not nutrition.
That's what I wanted to get clear. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Osato, how long have you been in this business and where do you get your proteins from? How do you source your beef and chicken and your proteins?
Thank you very much, Ma, for the question. So I, after I graduated from university, I traveled far to learn the course. I traveled to the north and other places where I could learn. I also took study from international organizations that are into
Osato, please just answer my question directly, right? How long have you been making this kilishi, and where do you get your proteins from? Yeah.
2 years and 8 months. Okay. We've been in business for 2 years and 8 months.
Great.
And
where do you get them from? Where do you get your proteins from?
We source from farm, direct from small scale farm owners.
Great.
We make
Thank
from
you very
scratch
much.
to finish. Yes,
that's
ma'am.
Great. Thanks. Yeah.
So how do you certify that the protein don't have any infection?
Okay, so we run our analysis after each batch of production. We have someone that is in charge of that, or we call the man to come to our lab too. So we partner with all these people because our products are NAFDAC certified. So we have someone that monitors this thing. So every batch of production we do, there is a test for it, the dryness test to show how dried it is, whether it's fit for consumers to consume, and so that we can know the batch number to put, how long this particular product or produce that we have made can last.
Okay, you said something about immune boosters. So what is the immune booster in your products?
So that's because of our intentionally chosen ingredients. We use, the world has gone health conscious and following the COVID-19. So we use African herbs such as garlic, ginger. Those are our core ingredients mixed with a little bit of granite. Then the protein itself, that's meat. That's all we use in production. No preservative.
So you are referring to the spices, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much, Osato. Okay, so we'll call the next person now. Bilquis Idiaro. Are you ready? Bilquis, are you ready? Okay, so maybe let me skip to the next person.
Hello.
Hello, Bilquis. Yes, I can hear you. Hello?
Hello, please. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me better?
Yes, because we can hear you now.
Okay. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Bilquis Idiaro. I'm the founder of Posh Zobo Drink and Posh Zobo Tea Bags. In 2011, my mother had diabetes, and we tried to cure her with orthodox medicine in the hospital for a long time. We didn't get tremendous improvement until I had to go all out in search of natural remedies for the cure of diabetic disease. I found that Zobo leaves with certain herbs and spices mixed together manages diabetes properly. That informed my decision to monetize my Zobo drink knowledge. So we started out with this Zobo drink with herbs and spices like cinnamon, cloves, ginger, mint leaves, lemongrass, and the likes. And we got tremendous improvement after about 6 months. In the year 2020, while we have identified our growth and existence of Posh Zobo drink, we introduced our new product, which is this Posh Zobo tea bags. This is Zobo, which comes in form of a tea bag, and it is NAFDAC certified. Currently, our registration with Standard Organization of Nigeria is ongoing, and we adopted a marketing strategy of differentiation from our competitive. We adopted a marketing strategy of differentiation from our competitors, which is achieved through our innovation, reputation, and competitive price. The pricing strategy we adopted is the bulk sales strategy. And our product price is 1,000 naira with a 30% profit margin after deduction of all production expenses. And the company is registered under the payee scheme of the Kwara State Internal Revenue Service for the purpose of remitting the taxes of our employees, thereby aligning with the SDG of decent work and economic growth. The grant will be utilized to purchase an industrial milling machine to ease the production and marketing and sales process of our Posh Zobo tea. Currently, we use this tea bag machine. Here is it. We use this machine to produce our tea, our Zobo in form of tea bags. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bilquis. Any question for her from Judges.
Hi, Bilkis. Is there anyone else that makes Zobo in form of tea bags that you are aware of?
Yes, there is one person. There is one person that makes Zobo in form of tea bag.
Where are you located? Where are you located?
Kwara State, Ilorin, Kwara State.
All right. So what experience do you have to do this? And how long have you been doing this?
I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been doing this for 10 years, non-stop.
The tea bags or the bottled drink?
So the bottled drink.
So when did you start the tea bags?
In 2020, man.
All right. So what's your background and who else is working with you?
Okay. I'm a lawyer. I'm trained as a lawyer, but I have a team of 4 other professionals who are one is in the finance industry and 3 others are in, 2 of them studied food nutrition and technology from Footsmina, and another one studied food and nutrition from University of Ilorin. So they are all in the production. They are all in the production management.
Great, thanks. Yeah.
Yikis, just a second. You've been making this product for about 10 years, right? About 10 years.
Yes, this for about 10 years.
For 10 years, all right, no problem. I'm thinking, how has the sales been? Maybe within the, let's look at the last, let's look at 2019. 2020 is not a fantastic, so let's look at 2019. How was the sales in 2019? Was it fantastic,
Okay, actually the tea bag started in 2020.
Okay.
And I can tell you authoritatively, we have sold over 2,000 packs of this tea bag from 2020 to date.
Wow,
the sales has been good. A new product that is
within Ilorin.
Within Ilorin, well, we have distributors in Kwara State and in Lagos State. And recently, about last month, we signed up 3 other distributors in Abuja, Enugu State, and Canada. And we started supplying those distributors too.
Okay. So which of the regions are giving you the best? Which of them is giving you the best revenue?
Lagos State.
Lagos, Abi. Okay.
Naturally.
Okay. By default. All right, no problem. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Well done.
Thank you, sir.
So any other question for Bikis? Okay, so call on the next person now, Jerry Ojuma. Jerry. Jerry, are you there? Jerry, can you unmute yourself? Okay, I guess Jerry is not here. So Chris, are you ready?
Yes, I am. I'm ready.
Okay. So Chris, just go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enekola Chris Ubide. I'm the founder of Enechris Foods. Enechris Foods is a pro-health food processing enterprise where we process sweet potato into various innovative products. We use the orange fledged sweet potato, a variety that is biofortified with vitamin A, an essential component in fighting malnutrition. We simply replace imported wheat flour with sweet potato flour during production. This helps us to cut down production costs by about 20% as we're able to source our raw materials locally from smallholder farmers. We also empower women to earn additional income by marketing our products within their communities. I started this business about 5 years ago. After completing my NYSC program, I saw it as an opportunity to make a difference in the community where I served. We've been in the black since our 3rd year. We have our company registered and some of our products are already approved with NAFDAC. I have about 5 employees. I have a team member of about 4 people with collective experience of over 25 years in entrepreneurship and food processing. I believe we've gathered considerable technical know-how and we're ready to scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Yes.
Any question for Chris from Judges?
Yeah.
Chris, I'm not sure. Okay.
Yes.
Chris, what are your products?
I'm telling you, I didn't get anything.
Chris, what are your products exactly, please?
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Okay,
we process. Was really cracking for my end.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or maybe it was mine. I'm so sorry. What's the name of your company? Sorry.
Okay, the name of my company is Enechris Foods. We process sweet potato into various innovative products, including flour, bread, chips, cakes, and pastries. Yes.
So you have a bakery?
Yes, we have a cottage factory where we produce from.
Packaged snacks with some sweet potato.
Yes, yes.
All right. All right.
Who makes up your team?
Okay, we have a team of 4 different people. We have a team of 4 different people. I'm an earth scientist. I'm the head of the team. We have a digital publicist, we have a chef, and then we have someone that handles logistics for us.
Do you have somebody that studied food science and tech?
No, I studied earth sciences. The business started, the research work I did in the university in my final year that I deployed into a solution while I was serving.
So who does quality control for you?
Okay, we have a chef, I and the chef, we do that. And then our product is registered with NAFDAC. Before we got registered, we had to work with external consultants who came and did product analysis for us.
So that's what I'm asking, because there's no way you can do NAFDAC without a food science and tech person. So
we outsource that. Okay, we outsource that, if that's what you mean.
Okay, do they still do that for you, or they are done and that's it?
No, we do it regularly. Last time we did one was about 2 years ago. But NAFDAC comes periodically to
yeah, I understand, but you need to check the quality control of your product before it goes out for sales.
Yeah, we do that. We have a standard operating procedure that we use, which has been vetted by NAFDAC. Yes.
I understand, but the expertise has to be there anyway. So what are the products you talked about?
Okay, all right. So our products include like this one now. This is sweet potato flour that can be used to make cake, bread, and pastries. So that's one of them. So we also do produce pastries as well. So we produce cakes, bread, flour, and pastries, like the pompoff and donuts. Yes.
All from sweet potato flour.
Yes, all from sweet potato flour. And we use the orange flesh sweet potato. It's a variety that is biofortified with vitamin A, an essential component in fighting malnutrition.
Where are you located?
Okay, our head office presently is in Abuja, but our market is in northern Nigeria. So our products already in Abuja, Kaduna, and Kano.
Wait, what have your sales been like?
Okay, in 2019, we had sales of over 11 million naira. This year, we are looking to exceed that before the end of the year.
The year is almost over. How far have you got?
Exactly.
Yes, we've made over 10 million naira already. Our highest sales comes during the festive season, December and all of that. So we're working, as we're moving towards that season, we believe we're going to exceed the sales of 2019.
All right, great.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Any other questions for Chris before we move to the next person? Okay, so we'll call the next person. Jerry, are you ready now?
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready. Can you hear me? I'm ready, sir.
Okay.
So let me share my screen. I want to share my screen.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, you can share. Remember, you have just 2 minutes. So I'll let you know once your time starts counting.
Please, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I start?
Are you ready? Are you ready now?
Ready.
Okay.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, your 2 minutes start now.
There are over 40 million small-scale farmers in Africa, and 70% don't have access to agricultural extension services. But let me rephrase that. Over 28 million small-scale farmers don't have access to agricultural extension services as I speak. Now, this is the problem. Small-scale farmers use ancient practices. Small-scale farmers use ancient tools, and they don't have adequate knowledge to scale their outputs. Now, imagine I told you of a platform that is easily accessible by all 28 million small-scale farmers without incurring huge costs on getting tools, equipment, resources, and knowledge that will scale their farming practices. My name is Jerry Ojuma, and I am the CEO of AgRive. We make it easy for small and medium-scale farmers to access agricultural extensions across Africa. With our first product, we've been able to achieve 3 major milestones. We've created a system whereby small-scale farmers can rent tools, can rent equipment for their farms to scale up their farming practices. We've reduced the huge transaction fees that is incurred in this process from 9% to 4%. And we've created an agricultural insights base whereby small-scale farmers can connect and learn about modern farming practices. And all this is seamless. And in our quest to build an ecosystem of agricultural extension services, I'm pleased to announce to you today that we've created an IoT device that helps farmers to track performance of their crops digitally. And this is being implemented on the Covenant University farm on the contract we got. But let us take a second to think about what AgDrive is doing. We are enabling access to agricultural extension services in a continent that is the next blue ocean. Africa is becoming China's China. And in order for us to access economic growth, there needs to be a leapfrog through technology in agriculture. Kindly join us as we create prosperity through AgDrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Jerry. Any question for Jerry from the judges?
Hi, Jerry. Please, can you clarify again? I got that you you do rentals of farm equipment. What else do you do?
Yes, ma. So we do rentals of farm equipment. We also connect these farmers because we found a big issue whereby these farmers don't have small and medium scale farmers don't have access to get equipment, get tools like tractors, get tools like mowers.
What else? Farms. What else apart from the tools? What else do you?
We are also building a data analytics platform whereby these farmers can get real-time data on their farm. So, for example, you can see the temperature, humidity, water resistance.
Okay. So analytics for their farms. What else?
Yes, ma. This is the sensor we've built, right? So this is like a small scale sensor, and we've tested it on the farm. I have a video I can even play for you.
All right. Jerry. So are those the two major? Are those the two things you do?
Yes, ma. For now,
these are the and then analytics of the performance of their crops.
Yes, ma. These are the first things we do.
I just wanted to clarify. Great.
Yeah. Thank you very much, ma.
So who is the IT person driving the process?
We have 3 IT guys on the team. I have a hardware engineer. I'm a software engineer. We have a designer, a brand designer, and marketing strategist. Okay,
so who studied agric extension?
We have 2 students, 2 people who graduated from Landmark University that studied agriculture full time. That was like the entire course they studied. So they're on the team. 2 people who graduated from Landmark University.
2 students or graduates?
2 graduates. They've graduated from Landmark University. I'm a graduate of Covenant University. So we are.
So how many are you on your team?
We are 7 currently on the team.
How many farmers have subscribed to the data analytics?
Right now, we're only implementing it in Covenant University farm because we want to ensure that we can obviously push this large scale. And just last month, we received a contract from Covenant University to submit a proposal and come and have a test run on the farm in Covenant University. So we've created our own IoT device, and we're also building more devices whereby they can interconnectically control, get huge data from the farm from different angles.
Is the IoT device affordable?
Yes, ma, it's very affordable, ma.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you very much.
Who else is doing this? Who else has this?
Yes, thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Before we embarked on this project, we researched on companies that are doing this abroad. We found out about a company in Switzerland, which is Cisagria. We found out another company in Netherlands or Bulgaria.
Who else is doing it in Nigeria?
No company is actually doing this in Nigeria on an IoT-based analytics platform for agriculture.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much, Jerry. Any other question for Jerry? So thank you, Jerry. So I'll call on the next person now, Victor Akpan.
All right, thank you. Please, I would like to share my screen.
Okay, just hold on. Okay, yeah, you can share your screen now.
All right. So please, can you see my screen?
No, not yet. Okay, yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, thank you. So
yes, are you ready now?
Yes, hold on, please.
Okay.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay, yeah, your 2 minutes start now.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Hakan Victor D. I'm founder and CEO of CarTrip. Why we started? So moving region of Nigeria to the southern region of Nigeria, I couldn't find with the mobile app I was using while I was at Lagos. and this is why I started CarTrip. So while working as a brand strategist with a logistics startup, I made my research and discovered that even as e-commerce across Africa is fast growing to $29 billion by 2022, the industry still suffers low retention rates because product shoppers experience failed same-day deliveries. Why this happens is because up to 20 last-mile logistics companies emerge monthly without digital platforms. 8 out of every 10 e-commerce product merchants and shoppers do not have
Okay, we can't hear anything though. Is it just me?
Yeah, I can't hear him.
Akpan, we lost you for like 10 seconds.
Can you hear me?
Take that slide again.
Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Yes, go back to the previous slide.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please go on. Like Nonye said, go to the previous slide, the problem slide, and take it from there. Yes, go ahead now, please.
Right.
Hello, Victor. Maybe you should also switch off your video because we can't hear you.
Video is off.
Without this out of every.
Hello, Victor.
And the feeling barriers.
Victor, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better now. But yes, can you switch off your video? Switch off your video.
Yeah, it's switched off.
Okay, yes, yeah,
So
you can.
we built CarTrip mobile app to connect reliable delivery riders to product merchants and shoppers within and outside their geographical coverage. Using artificial intelligence gives search priority to reliable delivery riders who have high delivery service ratings on our mobile app. In 3 simple steps, customers can book, get matched in 2 minutes, and get their items delivered. So you can test the app here with this link below. We have some formidable competitors out there. We have discovered our unique advantage to disrupt this industry now. Our customers who have feature phones can use this service without a smartphone, and then they get rewarded with a smartphone when they consistently use our text-to-book feature. We are doing this to enhance digital inclusion for the 285 million underserved people in sub-Saharan Africa who do not have access to digital commerce solutions. Our team collectively have 27-year domain experience across software engineering, e-commerce, logistics, marketing, and branding. We also have experts as advisors in AI technology and in our industry. Running pilots with over 500 early customers, we have a huge advantage to dominate the southern region of Nigeria. And our focus now is to continue iterating our products and gain more traction into new markets. We generate revenue from API commission fees, revenue sharing, and upfront subscription payment, which allows us to generate revenue early. And with this, we are currently raising a fund, but with this 500,000 naira funding, this 500,000 naira funding will enable us execute 3 key objectives, which are to achieve product market fit, onboard 500 new riders, and acquire 5,000 new customers across Uyo, Lagos, and Abuja. Our short-term goal is to validate user experience and break even. Long-term milestone is to maximize profits and scale into new markets. With our CarTrip super app, we can enable digital inclusion for more offline working stores, increase e-commerce activities across Africa with global ambitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. So judges, do you have any question for Victor?
Victor, who else has a similar app? Hello, Victor. Okay.
We have computer. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, I said we have other competitors out there in western part of Nigeria, such as Okada, Max Okada, and Quick Deliveries.
Okay, so they have this same, they have a similar app,
Yes, they have similar app.
But so how is yours different? Yeah.
Okay, so what makes us unique is that we use AI in our app. That's artificial intelligence actually helps to recommend locations with high delivery orders to our reliable delivery riders. And then it also helps to recommend reliable delivery riders to customers who search for them on the app. And then one other thing is that our API complements our competitors. So we're not really competitors to them. We are complementing them with our API to enable them eliminate the location barrier and also scale faster by retaining active paying customers outside their geographical coverage. So their customers, they don't need to lose their customer when their customer relocates to another location, but because on their app, that same app, they can actually use our API to find other delivery riders.
We are saying this is also useful for GoCada. GoCada and Max are also part of your target market.
Exactly. So what happens is that once their customer use our API through their app, we have a form of profit share, revenue sharing.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Okay, Victor, just for clarity, how is there a possibility of, are you selling your technology to them, or what do you give to these competitors like Max and others? What do you give to them exactly?
Okay, it's the API. So they call our API. So it's an API is application interface. Yeah. So they call our API and it helps them helps their customers who are outside their geographical coverage to actually still find other delivery service providers. Yeah, use with that same app without necessarily uninstalling the app.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you, Victor. Thank you, judges. Any other question for Victor?
Victor, just a question. How do you handle what's your pricing model like? Because one thing that I've observed is a lot of people tend to run away from apps. I mean, from e-hailing apps for bikes. I don't know why. Anyway, maybe I think it's because of the cost, because they feel that the charges per mile is kind of a bit high compared to the regular ones that they can easily call on the phone. I don't know. Have you looked at that as well?
Yes, we have. So currently, from our pilot, we actually did a research, and then we got information from the product merchants and the logistics riders. And so currently in Uyo, there's like a fixed price, which is 300 and 500, depending on the distance. So we take commission, 5% commission fee from that, and that's from the delivery riders. And then also another way we make revenue is the subscription. So the logistics companies might want to access extra services on the app, like to export their daily delivery records. So it actually helps them to save time with manually imputing those records on their system. So they can export it as an Excel sheet format, and then they pay us monthly subscription to have access to that other feature.
Okay. No problem. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll call on the next person now, Felicia.
Hi. Dear ladies, do you know that your hair is your crown and you must wear it like the queen that you are? My name is Felicia Makantini and I'm the director and CEO of For You by Feli. For You by Feli is a hair beauty company that allows you to pay a renewable subscription fee, which gives you access to all our hair beauty services such as making your hair, washing your hair, and treating your hair absolutely free all year long. Now that means with as little as 10,000 Naira subscription fee, you can subscribe to our list plan and walk into any of our affiliate stores, have your hair done free of charge. Our aim is to drastically reduce the cost of these services, which is extremely on the high side, by giving our clients the ability to look good by accessing the services without undue financial stress and financial duress. We aim to make money in 5 different ways, which involves selling of hairs through our subscription fee, selling of hair care and wig products, selling of wigs, revamping of wigs, and wigs rentage. According to statistics, we have over 206 million persons in Nigeria, with over 49.32% being females. And in Akwa Ibom State alone, that same statistics also shows that we have over 5 million persons, with about 50% of those 5 million persons being females. We target 70% of this female audience, with our primary target audience being the female student community and the female working class community. We take advantage of all the different media platforms to market our services, such as the broadcast media, the social media services, the print media, and etc., etc. we have a unique selling point, which is the ability for our customers to pay an upfront once, yearly or monthly, and go into any of our stores to make their hair absolutely free. So you don't have to bother about consequent payment. Once you've made the payment, you can access the services for free, saving you the stress and saving us too the stress. We currently have a website under development where our customers can go and book their services. But until then, you can book your services via our Instagram page or our Facebook page at For You by Feli. We have a team of 5 persons that consists of our professional hairstylist, a formidable marketer, a digital marketer, a wig maker, and the rest of them. For You by Feli is the first of its kind in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria, and based on our own personal research, the first of its kind in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Any question for Felicia from the judges?
Interesting.
Interesting. Felicia, what's your role in this business? What do you do?
I'm the founder and also the marketer. I go out on the field to talk to people about our services and have them come register.
You don't have the technical skills to make any of the stuff. You don't make any
I can't hear you, sir.
Do you perform, apart from marketing, do you make this do you style?
Yes. Aside from marketing, I'm into wig making and wig revamping.
Okay. Are those core products of your company?
Yes.
Or core services? Or is it styling that is the core services?
Is it?
Is it the styling that is the core service, or the bead and other things you do? Which is the main?
The main services is the hair, braiding your hair and renting of wigs, so that you don't have to spend so much money buying it. Why buy it when you can rent it?
Okay, all right, thank you.
So the subscription covers only braiding, or what other beauty care?
The subscription covers braiding, it covers washing of hair, it covers hair treatment, it covers wig rentage, and for our special plan, which is known as the Ruby plan, it also covers makeup and photography.
How long have you been doing this?
The idea came up for over a year, but we've been in business for about 1 month now, hitting a milestone of over 100 subscribers in just October alone.
Only in Akwa Ibom?
Yes, we started in Akwa Ibom, currently making plans to move into Port Harcourt and spread across the South.
Right. How many people have, you said you have over 100 subscribers?
You said?
You have over 100 subscribers?
Yes, in less than 1 month of operation, over 100 subscribers.
Are they paid subscribers or just
paid subscribers?
How much are they? How much per subscription?
We have 3 different packages. We have the Pearl plan, which allows you to pay 10,000 naira to access the services. We have the Emerald plan, which allows you to pay 15,000 naira to access the services. We have the Ruby plan, which allows you to pay 30,000 naira to access these services and extra special services. That is why we call it the special plan. And we also make these things easier by breaking them into months. So if you don't want to pay or you don't have the capacity to pay for a full year, you can pay monthly, but still have the same services.
Okay, so this subscription you just mentioned is for the yearly plan or the monthly plan?
The yearly plan. But we can break them into months for people who say they want the services, but they cannot afford 10,000 at a go. We can break the services into monthly packages for them.
Okay. What do you intend to, if you get the funding, what do you intend to use the funds for?
We intend to use the fund to push some of it into intensive marketing as we plan on scaling to other universities in the South. Like I said, currently we're University of Akwa Ibom State. Then we also want to hire extra hands for the wigging because our capacity is growing by the day. Today alone, we have about 10 subscriptions. We also plan on getting more wigging materials and more wigging to aid faster wigging capacity because using our hand to wig is fastly becoming a problem. So we want to get machine and turn our capacity into a machine wigging full-scale service providing company.
Alicia, what about the health implications of wig rental?
Exactly. I was going to
yes, ma'am. We've been asked that question over and over again. That is why we have professional revamping services. Once our wigs are returned to us, they are heavily revamped and very well ventilated. They are very well purified to ensure that the next person to use this particular wig is safe and free of any implication whatsoever.
All right, how many salons do you have on your list?
Currently, we're working with 3 salons.
3 salons across Akwa Ibom.
Yes, across Uyo, Akwa Ibom.
Across Uyo. Won't you need more salons even as the number of your subscribers increase?
Yes, we need more salons, and we've started scaling already. Like I said, we are in talks with some salon owners in Port Harcourt because we intend to make it in such a way that if you are registered here in Uyo, you can go to Port Harcourt and still use your card to access those services wherever you are. So we have plans on ground to scale because we are growing virtually every day.
Great. Well done.
Thank you very much, Ma.
Interesting. Well done.
Thank you very much, Ma.
So thank you very much, Felicia. So I'll call on the next person now. Brain Iwe. Are you ready? Brain, are you ready? Can you hear me?
Yes, I am ready.
Okay.
Let me turn on my camera. Can you see me? Hello?
Yes, we can see you, yes. Okay, yeah, so your 2 minutes starts now.
The moderator, distinguished panel of the judges, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brain. I am the founder of AgriConnect Services. AgriConnect Services is a digital food security and agriculture value chain startup. We registered in 2019 and we started last year, 2020. We partner with rural and smallholder farmers, providing them with credit and microloans, and in turn, have access to their food items and provide a ready market through our digital market platforms where consumers in various cities can order these food items and we deliver it to their doorsteps through an Uber-like platform, providing additional partner jobs to delivery riders and drivers. In the last 1 year, we have up to 3,000 farmers registered with us, and we've served about 1,800 consumers. I have a team of 16 people. We have the management team, the warehouse, and the packaging team. With this funding, we will be able to complete our mobile app that we are building to ensure that we scale. Part of our vision is to provide food loans to consumers to be able to have access to food and pay at a later time. We also plan to work with government to provide food insurance in our quest to fight hunger in Nigeria. In the world of COVID-19, where we are supposed to promote social distancing and zero contacting, our solution provides social distancing and zero contacting in the agriculture sector. We are also contributing our quota to the SDG goals of zero hunger, sustainable communities and cities, and responsible production and consumption. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for him from the judges?
When did you start?
We started operations last year, but we registered in 2019.
Okay.
And you said you are currently working with how many farmers and how many customers you've had?
We've registered 3,000 farmers in the last 1 year, and we have served 1,800 consumers.
Where are you located?
In Port Harcourt.
Port Harcourt, okay.
Yes, please.
So these 16 people, you recruited them within this 1 year?
Yes.
How many did you start with?
We started with 10. We added 6 later.
Can you tell me their roles?
Yeah, we have the CTO, so he takes care of the whole the digital platform
Just
that we want to
list the roles for me. We don't have time.
Okay, CTO, delivery manager, warehouse manager, quality control manager. Then we have the dispatch riders, and then we have the packaging staff. So these are the people that make up the 16 people.
Who else is doing this in Port Harcourt? Sorry, man. Who else is doing this in Port Harcourt, Brain?
There is currently no other company doing this in Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Who else is doing this outside of Port Harcourt?
Come again?
Who else is doing this outside of Port Harcourt?
Okay, we heard of Agro Mall, but then they are not doing exactly what we're doing. So they are doing a part of it by working with farmers, basically, and providing additional extension services, just like AgRive.
Okay. And you people are entirely different. What are the similarities? And what are the differences?
The similarities is that we work with rural farmers with specific services to them, like training and microloans. And then if we want to give additional services, we can partner with people like AgRive and AgroMall to provide tools for farming.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Have you heard of a startup called Crop to Cash? Sorry, Mika. I have a startup that is called Crop to Cash that is doing exactly what you have just said.
Okay, we've not heard about Crop to Cash, but this is just part of our idea. We've not launched the full idea because we just started a year ago. So we are doing it phase by phase. Like I said, we have additional features like food loan, food insurance, and micro loans to smallholder farmers.
So Crop to Cash is doing all those things: input, loan, insurance, health, aggregation, access to markets. So just check them out, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll call on the next person now. Fetia Odunola. Sorry, Fetia Odunola. Yeah. Are you ready? Yes, you can unmute yourself now.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you can hear you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Odwala Fatia. I'm the founder of Faga Snacks, which is located in Lagos State, Nigeria. Faga Snacks is the production of coconut candy and coconut flakes for healthy consumption. Since inception in August 2021, we've been able to sell over 1,000 units of the product to consumers. Our target consumers are the children, the parents, the students, and we were able to sell to Imo State, Oyo State, and Anambra State. We are pitching to get funded so as to acquire more equipment so as to scale up. Thank you. Hello?
Yeah, thank you very much. Any question for Fetia?
What's her name?
Fatia, sorry.
Okay, you are not Smith Food.
Yeah, I'm Smith Food. Faga Snacks is a subsidiary of Smith Food. Faga Snacks is a subsidiary of Smith Food.
Yeah. Okay.
So she's Smith Food and Faga Snacks.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because from what we have on the Excel, it was quite confusing. So the name of the business is Smith Food, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. All right.
The name of the snacks is Faga Snacks.
Okay, all right.
So what you're pitching for is on Faga Snacks, right?
Yes. No?
Yeah, hello, Fatia.
Yes.
Yes. When did you start this business?
This year, 2021.
2021. When in 2021?
August. I said August when I was pregnant.
Okay, just some few months ago. Okay. So you have to use it as an activity to keep yourself occupied. But at least it has turned to a business. I said you use it as an activity to keep yourself occupied while you are pregnant. Which is good. Which is good. And you've been selling to, you said you sold to Imo State, Anambra State.
And Oyo State, including Lagos.
Oyo State. Okay, and Lagos as well. Okay. But
sorry, I'm sorry, please, what's the product? Which food?
Coconut candy and coconut flakes.
Oh, okay, continue. All right.
Okay, coconut, yes. So generally, how has the sales been so far so good? Between August and now.
Especially the coconut flakes is like,
how has it been?
It's been like people really love it. Some prefer that to cornflakes. Some children like to cornflakes because it's really, I sweeten it with honey. So, and people really loved it because they prefer it to cornflakes, yes. And add some dried fruits.
Okay, and how do you package it? Okay, and how do you package it?
I package inside lino. So I would have showed you right now. I couldn't able to leave one because of my baby.
It's fine.
Because I put it lino then inside the castle. Yes.
Okay.
That's
no problem. Okay.
Okay, Fatia, you said you've sold 1,000 products.
Yeah, both the coconut candy and coconut flakes, the two products. Yeah.
What's the total revenue on that? What was the total revenue?
For each, I produce small quantities, like the coconut flakes even sold for even of other naira. So other for the I generated 200,000 naira for the both products.
What are your projections? What do you look at? What do you want to, if you get the funding, what are you using it for? And what do you intend
I get funding
for the next?
Sorry, is that what I need the funding for? And
yes, and in 12 months, what do you think your will be?
Okay, I need the funding to get more equipment as I use manual equipment to produce, and which slow down my production. And the next 12 months, I hope to like to produce in larger quantities, larger sizes, like 450 grams. So I plan, like I produce about over ₦1 million in next 12 months for the coconut flakes.
Okay, thank you.
Because the coconut flakes is my best selling product.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sir.
So any other question for her?
How much is the coconut flakes again, Fatia?
Okay, the coconut I put it in small size. It's other naira. Small size, yes, just like the normal small size of cornflakes. The small size.
I have 3 questions for you on the WhatsApp, on the chat group. Please quickly check it and speak to them. Thank you.
Okay. Last break. Okay. Okay.
Oh, sorry, you can't see the chats.
I've seen it. I'm responding to you now.
No, you don't need to type. You can speak to each other.
Okay, sorry. I thought I was going to type. Yes, I know the company, the Jammed Coconuts. I know her. We're in the same AW vendors where we pitched to ShopRite. I got to know her from there. And sorry, I'm trying to. Okay, they've been packaged inside lino, then inside a carton. My competitors are like the Jammed Coconuts and sorry. I would have showed this, sir. I would have showed you the samples, but right now the samples are not at home because I couldn't go to where I produced my baby. So, my competitors are the Jammed Coconuts and the Simi Coconut company, which is based in Abuja. Those are my 2 competitors.
Okay.
Unless have I been able to answer you?
Yes, Fatia, thank you.
Okay. So can I send the samples to you later? I don't know.
No, it's fine. Thanks.
Okay.
But I was saying for the purpose of pitch like this and presentation, it's important for you to have.
I showed it in my pitch, the one I made. I showed it there.
It's fine. It's fine.
We have consumed it. Okay, thank you.
Etia, who else is working with you?
Okay, I have a team of 4 people. I, myself.
What do they do? What do they do?
Okay, myself as the founder, and I have a project manager who does our project when I want to produce, and I have a food technologist from Futo, and I have a customer service representative.
Where are you based?
Lagos.
What part of Lagos? Okay.
Ikoro.
All right, great. Where do you source your coconuts from? And how do you get the best?
Okay, I was in Ibadan, Nigeria State in Ibadan, and from Osun State, Bogon in Ibadan, Bogon Industrial State and Ibadan.
From farm, direct from the farm?
Yes.
Or where? All right. Great. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'll call on the next person now, Chidima Owunka. Are you ready? Chidima?
Yeah. Yes,
okay.
I'm ready.
Okay. So your 2 minutes start now.
Okay, sir. All right. Good afternoon. I'm Chidima Esther, the CEO of DC Bakes. DC Bakes is a bakery business that's driven with the passion to produce affordable, healthy, and accessible bakery products such as cakes, bread, small chops, pastries, and yogurt to our customers, especially in the northern part of Nigeria. Yes, I have bakery, which is void of bromate and sour cream. And DC Bakes has poised to contribute its quota in meeting this high demand. We are located at a good environment in Arai High Cost in Kaduna State, and we are certified by NAFDAC. Currently, we produce 250 loaves of bread every day and 15 loaves of bread every week, between 15 to 2,000 loaves of bread every week. And we sell our pastries and cakes and yogurt to individuals and organizations. And in the last 2 years of our operation, we've been able to train over 30 students in the last 2 years. We have a target of selling our bread products to 6,000 individuals, which is approximately 0.1% of the total population in Kaduna State, and to also produce cakes, over 10 cakes on a daily basis, cakes worth 10,000 and above, and to train over 200 students within the next 2 years. We also have plans of positioning the business to become one of the leading brands in Kaduna State and in Nigeria. And we need expansion for all of this to take place. And if this expansion takes place, we know we'll be able to solve some of the sustainable development goals, which is zero hunger, end poverty, and economic growth within Nigeria. Thank you.
So judges, any question for her?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Chidima,
Yes,
where are you based?
You said?
Where are you based?
I stay in Kaduna State.
Okay. How long have you been in business?
We've been in business in 2 years, though I've been into the business for a very long time, but I started it as a business 2 years ago.
What has the revenue been like for the past 2 years? What has the revenue
past
been?
2 years, as of 2019, we're able to raise roughly 2.5 to 3 million because of the constraints we had. We do not have...
Sales was 2.5 million.
Yes, because of the constraint, yes. We do not have big equipment, so we have to keep producing in smaller quantities to be able to reach out to the demand.
Okay, then last year, how did last year go?
Last year, 2020 was quite favorable because the COVID-19 didn't really affect us. So we made roughly 3 million throughout the year.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What's your team? What's the composition of your team?
Myself, as we are 5. That's myself, the chief operating officer, then the production manager, then the bakers.
So how do you sell your product currently?
currently we have distributors who comes to our company to pack the bread and sell. Then for our cakes and small child, because that is what we even dwell on more, we have a customer base. So they come and buy from us, they make demands via online and on-site.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Chidima.
Thank you.
So any other questions for her? Okay, so we are done with the pitch. So judges, in the meantime, while we are still grading, we can, the link that I sent earlier, we can just click on it so that we can go and we can deliberate, we can go there and deliberate and pick the top 3. So everybody just hold on, we'll be back shortly to announce the winner of the second place and the third. Just give us some few minutes while we go there. So judges, I'll be expecting you in the judges room. Thank you. We are back. Okay, so welcome back. So we've just, so I'm going to share my screen now. So the judges have decided on the winner. So I'll just share my screen so we can see. Okay. I hope we have all the people pitching here, people that pitch here. If you can hear me, can you just type yes in the chat box? I just want to know that. Okay. Okay, so I would like to call on Mrs. Funsho Chikeze to announce the winner for the pitch competition.
Okay, after careful deliberation, first of all, I'd like to say well done to all of you who participated in this pitch. It wasn't a very easy decision. You all did very well, but we just had to choose winners. And so coming third place, we have Ojuma Jerry of Agrive NG. Ojuma Jerry is our second runner-up for this pitching competition. I guess we can give him a virtual claps. Well done. Second place, that's the first runner-up. We have Osato Osemwingi of El Gazelle Foods. Osato Osemwingi, El Gazelle Foods. Well done. And our winner for today's pitching competition to celebrate the Global Entrepreneurship Week is Chris Enefola. Chris Enefola, our potato flour snacks person. Well done. So the winner is Chris Enefola. Well done, well done, well done, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ma. So I just give them a virtual clap. Yes. Okay, I'm doing mine now. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you very much, everybody, for attending the Youth Entrepreneurship Dialogue today. We also thank all the panelists all the speakers, all the people that pitch, all the attendees. Thank you very much for attending this events. So we have other events lined up for the week. We have 7 days of radio. So which you can just, is on Inspiration FM. We'll share the link. We're going to share the link. We also have events in Abuja tomorrow, which is Women Enterprise Day. If you're in Abuja, you can attend. We also have the Creative Nigerian Summit, which is going to hold at the Enterprise Development Center on Thursday. You can also attend that. You can also register and attend that. So thank you very much. See you next year for the youth events. Thank you. Bye.